Hello, and a very warm welcome to all of you in the grand finale, day number 3 of Frontline Showdown, season number 3. This is going to be quite epic day because this is finally the judgment day of this particular showdown. The prize pool of $1,500 at stake, and right now my name is Rita. Along with me, it's Eagle on the desk. We're going to forecast how the matches are going to be there.
Well, first of all, thank you very much, Raider, for inviting me here. But today is the last day, and it's going to be very much chaotic, very much difficult for the teams as well. But if we talk about the teams, I think we will experience the same schedule: Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and then again Erangel. And this schedule is obviously very much chaotic for the every team as well because we experience a by default map as Erangel in front. Then after that, a Miramar matches of those height advantages, ridges and depths, and then the Sanhok those maps of bushes and stones. I think the change in climatic condition, the change in adaptiveness will cause a lot of trouble to teams as well.
Well, definitely a lot of trouble is going to be there, a lot of rigors is going to be there, but it's all about the, let's say, winning. It's all about becoming a champion right now because you have to qualify. I guess teams had actually qualified, to be precise, from the semi-finale. We had, I guess, close to 12 teams which have been qualified from the semi-finale. We had 2 groups in the semi-finale, out of which every single group contained 6 top teams which were qualified for the grands, and eventually 6 were invited in the grands. Teams like, let's say, IC was there, DRS was there, ELEMENTRIX was there. Such teams were invited, like Godlike Salvador was Esports was also there.
Yeah.
In the lobby, which was invited, to be precise, and the competition level was pretty much amped up. Moving up ahead, I guess we are going to witness a lot of chaos coming up. The first match is going to be quite beautiful to watch out, but there we go. We have got the map rotations. The first one is going to be the map of Erangel. Second one is going to start off in the Miramar, and third one will be the table turner Sanhok. Both one will be in the Erangel once again.
Well, of course, the schedule is quite similar to as we followed it previously. But if we talk about the teams, well, Team DRS is dealing with those 125 points in their backpack, having a lead of almost 20 points in the backpack. If we talk about PLAYBOOK Esports, 105 points in total. ANGKOR PUBG 87 points. And if you see at the competition after the third position, third to sixth position, there is a second level competition. The first level competition is between Team DRS and PLAYBOOK Esports. If we talk about the third level of competition, well, as the hashtag 7, hashtag 8, ELEMENTRIX, hashtag Esports, and Stan Crew are still trying to gain some more finishes point at those 62, 57, 51 points in the backpack. So if I think if they still gain consistently those 20 points in the backpack throughout the matches, throughout the game, in upcoming 4 matches, I think they can surely end up this event, end up this tournament in those top 3, top 4 position.
Well, definitely that is going to be the goal. But moving ahead, if we talk about the slightly dangerous phase, that's going to be starting with Zap MELIORA with 49 points in their own. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming going down to the dust, just like Underground KINGZ is doing with 45 and 44 points respectively. ANGKOR PUBG Pride is having 37 of their own. If we talk about BTS Mafia at the 14th position, that team has got 30 points only. MABETEX Esports, after playing one less match, they have got 28 points in their favor. RTG Esports, after playing 8 amazing matches, 25 points are the only thing that they're actually upholding. And MAGNUS Esports with only 10 points. Even NB Esports, after playing the day number 1 of this particular tournament, they are having only 6 points in their favor.
Well, of course, they have only 6 points in their favor, and it's quite surprising. The only team to get those 100 points in those a single digit. It's very difficult for the teams as well. Let's see what they'll do in the upcoming matches of the last day. But if we talk about the teams holding Zap MELIORA, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they're still having a decent point. If they get those 80 points, which means 20 points in each match, they need to be very consistent. They need to avoid fights or take fights. Almost depends on their decision, almost depends on their strategy and mindset as well. But for now, if we talk about the upcoming statistics which we can see, I think that will be very much crucial. The more you see the stats, Raider, we'll get to see Team DRS players only in the stats because they are playing such phenomenally in the MVP list, in the most grenade, most throwables list. Almost they are shining in every part of the game.
Definitely everybody is trying their level best to be phenomenal, and eventually in that way they are just trying to gain some good points in their favor. Moving up ahead, would like to add on that, yeah, of course the competition was absolutely mesmerizing. First day was quite chaotic, second day went out like, let's say, a comeback came in from teams like ANGKOR PUBG, and eventually other teams like MILIORA official also tried their level best to gain some good points. But if I talk about Team DRS, first 4 matches their performance was absolutely ample. But if I talk about the match known as, let's say, 6th, 7th, and 8th, I guess their performance actually went down to drain quite a bit. They were unable to perform the way they were intended to, and eventually something happened to their consistency, and that is something they have to be worried about because now a team is catching up to them. That is never going to be a happy sight because if the first position is actually going to get declined from their hand, that could be quite chaotic to watch out because after all, it's a prize pool battle, it's a tournament, it's a battle of the leaderboard as well. So definitely having some good points is something which every team wants to go with. But DRS, I believe they have got the capability. They have been winning past few third parties tournaments quite a bit, and eventually they have been showcasing their strength in the past few matches as well. So I believe, yeah, of course, this could be the day where DRS is easily going to just maintain their legacy.
Well, of course, DRS will try to maintain their legacy as they're maintaining in the past 3 days. It's been quite difficult for the team DRS as well, because if you're gaining a lot of finishers points, if you're gaining a lot of those points in the in your backpack, it doesn't mean that you're not doing a lot of effort. But without wasting any time, if we talk about the fly path, it was a very decent fly path, diagonally cutting the map into a 15 to 50 ratio, starting from those Novo Ripna military based region, ending towards those Zarki northern Georgia City region. I think this was a very different flight path to watch out. But onto the another end, if we discuss the zone, well, the zone is totally shifted towards those northwestern parts of the region. The more chaos, the more cluster, the more crowd could be seen on those Rozok shooting range region, as well as those northern Georgia Pole region. These are the regions to watch out. But I'm quite surprised to see Melta as a hot drop right now, because from the past days we haven't seen a lot of fights in Melta, even the zone formation. Let's see how the team proceed now. But if we talk about the Rozok apartment regions, school regions, I think those are the areas to watch out.
Precisely, those are the areas where the fights might actually spawn right now, and as you all can see, quite a few teams are actually jumping in that same
Yeah.
vicinity, so that will actually ignite quite a few spark. And apart from that, Novo Ripnoi, another beautiful region where ANGKOR PUBG Pride is already jumping, and I believe they're trying to take up a fight. But there we go, we have got some initial facts coming up. A beautiful knockout came in. Just like that, I guess the elimination is also going to get delivered, and first blood is coming from Team Emulate officials as well. The guy who is actually getting that finish is going to be Ash. That is absolutely mesmerizing for the team. ANGKOR PUBG Pride, a team which is relying quite a few at, let's say, at a versatile angle to be precise in the lobby. They're still trying their level best to gain some good points. We have got John Pro in the scene, trying to wait for the right moment so that he can establish his kind of, let's say, gun sense. But Speed Khan and the other guys from Team Emulate official won't let it go that easily.
If we talk about, well, Team APG, well, they're still struggling to get those winner chicken dinner in their backpack, because almost we have seen those duel matches and they still haven't secured any winner chicken dinner in their backpack. But oh my goodness, Team GRS, well, they're again trying to initiate some more fights. And if we talk about Ral Soji, well, finally he has been taken down. Team DRS is looking a little bit in danger, but the distance being the factor, teams will not push, teams will not get so aggressive at the starting phase of the match. Almost 3 to 3.5 or 4 minutes are over, and you still have 4 to 5 minutes and you had to complete your looting period. Let's see how will team complete their loots, because the more amount of advanced loot you have, the more aggressively you can perform to your against teams, against enemies. But if we talk about Delta X, Killer YT and Gyante, well, they are 3 men standing. They haven't secured any finish point, but I think they have lost Rels. uh, he plays the role of backbone of the team. I think he plays a major role, a vital role in the team as well. But losing him at those early phase, I think you will be a little bit of underconfident, a little bit of chaos can be created inside the team, inside the group as well. But let's see how the team DRS come back in this fight. But if we talk about Emility Esports, well, they have secured one finish point in the game and moving very slowly, moving very planningly. I think now they can target Team APG. But if we talk about Joker Pro, well, he's been that solo player standing here, and if a speed grenade makes on connection, no more revival chance will be there. There you go. That was an on-point connection, but due to that broken walls, I think the connection could not make a better connection.
Indeed, the connections were not founded, but eventually, I believe that guy has the idea that there is an enemy lurking in the shadow, so definitely he's trying to pop him out. Let's see how his nade is going to get connected, because that was the final nade that he had in his arsenal, and while the connection was not founded, all the Amulet official have got all beautiful finish in their favor. They have already started off quite well, and they are maintaining the pressure on Team Angkor PUBG Pride. But then again, we have to consider the fact that these are the PMPL teams. These are the one of those amazing teams which have been qualified for the grand finale. So obviously, the grandest stage is not going to be that easy. But there we go. Speed goes in, attacks a bit, had the damage, but eventually not being successful in terms of, let's say, taking him apart or getting that knockout was not something which actually happened. But if I talk about Ash, he's pretty much close to John Pro, and that can be quite critical for that guy as well.
Keeping these things aligned, I would also like to say my audience that please do hit that like button, guys, subscribe the channel, share this stream as well, because your support is very much important, very much required for the morale boost. But there you go, John Pro has been spotted and finally has been taken by Emulate Esports Khan onto the other end. That was a cheeky angle and cheeky shot from his side, but still I think Team APG The deadly duo are still surviving. Let's see what this duo can do. How will they perform out? Will they fall back, or they'll still try to initiate those fights? They'll still try to initiate those revenge in their favor. But Lucifer now, I think he'll totally take that finish point and complete the game of APG onto a 50% note. Turn to the other end, as we can see the kill feed. Some more fights has been taken. There you go. SKYLIGHTZ Ansh has been crushed by Endless, and there are multiple fights that we can see in the lobby as well. But similarly, guys, the multiple fights, I think it's a totally sign of entertainment. And if you're enjoying the stream, please do hit that like button, subscribe the channel, share the stream as well. But there you go. Bash, well, he's bashing a quite phenomenally. And finally, with that final blow of UMP45, he'll gain that pick with those 4 finishes point. Team Esports is getting quite aggressive and a very healthy and a very great start from their side.
The first ever team to go down to dust is known as ANGKOR PUBG Pride, to be precise, for the grand finals. Well, this is the judgment day. This is the grand finals of the grand finals. So you have to actually remember that how you have to perform, how you have to gain the points. Apart from that, if I talk about another team which is losing some breath, is going to be SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, because now Ansh is down to dust. And this is actually the other lineup of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, if I'm not wrong, because we have Mr. Boro, we have Mr. AJ, Mafia Ninja, and guys like that, which actually perform in the OG lineup of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. But right now, these guys are here to showcase their strength. At hashtag 10, the position in the leaderboard is not looking that great. Already losing a good player, which is something which is not going to help them a lot. But apart from that, that's Team Satan coming up, having some good points. Satan 2 is actually trying their level best to establish the dominance. Well, of course, the shots are still coming up, no doubt in that. The damage has been done, and eventually the first frag for Team Satan has already been collected.
Of course, the first finish point. I think this is the first start of the match from their side. But onto the other end, if we talk about Team Saturn, they'll still struggle to get inside the zone, because no, I think they are already inside the zone, and zone is totally favored to this team. But let's see how will they manage to capitalize it, how will they manage to defend the area inside the zone. This is a very important question to know, that almost 7 to 8 minutes are over, and now you guys need to be very much ready, because after 1 or 2 minutes, the team getting the position outside the zone, they need to get inside the zone very much faster, because the damage in the zone, I think it's going to be quite crucial. I don't think first zone will give you a lot of damage, but it will not give you a best position inside the zone, because players getting those early rotation will get a better position inside the zone, and they can harm you in the earlier position, they can harm you in a later while as well. But if we talk about Team hashtag Esports, well, as we can see, they are still getting those position on the 7th position and holding those 57 points in the backpack. I think they also need to maximize the position.
Indeed, the position points are something which is going to be quite crucial to watch out. Let's see how these people are going to delegate and gain those amazing points in their favor or not. Apart from that, teams are already having some good knockouts coming up. Some Molotov cocktails have been cooked up, and that can be very critical for Shinx, but he falls back and he might actually successfully survive. And yeah, that's what happened. Apart from that, if we talk about Team RTG Esports, the gun game of that particular team is getting shattered quite a bit, because if we talk about Saturn Crew, they are actually being on point in terms of their throwables, in terms of their aggression as well. So yeah, a lot of job has been done and dusted, and this area of, let's say, Georgie Pool, Northwest City, the fights are going to be quite critical. If we talk about the second zone coming up, well, that's going to be a mixture of shooting range and the ruins region as well. But the nades, the throwables, the amount of pressure that this team is trying to build on RTG Esports is absolutely mesmerizing, although they are failing to do so, because now RTG Esports also knows that how to just convert the fights in their favor. Meanwhile, MABETEX Hershey has been taken now. That's a sad side to watch by Team Deadeye, guys. That means Team MABETEX is once again losing some hopes. If I talk about Frankie, well, this guy knows that there is an enemy on the back foot. So how they're going to retaliate with it? Okay, another nade is about to be there. This nade will be on point or not? That's the biggest question. Well, maybe because the nade goes in just like that, they found the connection, and the nade is there in the lobby, and just like that, I believe one more player is actually about to be down to dust. But 2 amazing eliminations. Okay, let's count it. 3 eliminations are actually there, and the last one standing from Team RTG Sports, already trying to be as far as away from the harm.
Well, of course, the Team Saturn has started phenomenally in this match, but onto the another end, if we talk about Team MAB, well, they're also looking very strong enough. That Molotov of volley, I think, will get some time for himself, get some more time to buy for himself. But this grenade, I think that is more chaotic, that is more crucial. If that grenade make a connection, I think he'll get a start. Captain Sir onto the other end, well, he has been taken down. Baron and the volley are the last 2 players standing. This grenade, I think Team D, they will get eliminated, but volley is also looking in danger, barely surviving this 2 HP, getting those M716 in his hand, 30 bullets remaining. But there you go, you have not a lot of space in that panic room to get those jiggles. Carefully to get those jiggles executively. But onto the other end, if we see a Baron, He's getting a good spray. He's playing a role of support, but I don't think that will make a bigger difference in this lobby. And the team MEB Esports, they have lost those two players with those one finish point in the backpack. Top 12 teams or top 43 alive players, as we can see, and almost 11 minutes are over. Let's see how will the teams tackle it out, how will the teams defend it out. But Team D, well, they are back strong enough with those 3-man strong advantage in their backpack.
Definitely a tough task to deal with it. And right now, if we're talking about
Oh,
guys, look at the knockouts coming up. Finally, the last man standing
beautiful.
was also taken in by Para. And just like that, the reign of terror of Team Deadeye guys is still reigning. Charlie sir, well, he is at a loss, but apart from that, a trade of beautiful one finish to four finishes actually there right now after losing one good guy from the team. Deadeye guys gained four amazing finishes. Well, of course, that one loss of that player is going to haunt them in the end zones as well. But apart from that, the motivation booster of four amazing kills and the, let's say, booster of having four amazing kills is going to be quite amazing for this particular team. Now all they have to do is actually be consistent, because even if a small mistake has been done, things can actually go quite adverse for the team. Moving up ahead, if I talk about the Nova Replay region, well, this was a team which was actually looting in the Nova Replay region, and they were able to take down ANGKOR PUBG Pride. Finally, they are moving up to Ruins region, where team number 13 is also coming very close. So again, a bash of fights can be actually delivered. A lot of ruckus can be actually delivered right now, but I don't think so that Emulate official knows that there is an enemy in the ruins.
Of course, they can get some surprise attack. They can get some another level of defense and another level of attack as well. But if we talk about Team D, well, that is the name justified this team. The name totally justify these players as well. But 11 teams of 41 players having those four finishes point with one player disadvantage. I think this is a balanced start. You get four finishes point, you lose one player. But if you maintain the same algorithm, I think that will be very much difficult for the team as well. 11 teams of 41 players, 12 to 13 minutes is almost over, and now you need to get inside the zone, because third zone formation is almost being formed in some few seconds, almost of 40 to 45 seconds. And if we talk about Team D, well, they're still rotating around Rozok, and as you earlier stated that Emulate Esports, well, they're almost on the regions of ruins. They are not known to the position of other enemies, other players as well. I think they can also get some trouble, because hashtag Esports, I think they have a good record of getting those surprise attacks in their favor. And if we talk about Team APG, well, APG can also indulge in the fight with getting those third parties in their favor as well. Let's see how will they perform out, what will be the strategy, what will be the momentum, how will they move forward in this match. But similarly, I'll request my audience to please do hit that like button. After 500 likes, as we mentioned earlier, we'll get a 10k UC giveaway. And if you wanted to enjoy that 10k UC, please guys do hit that like button, subscribe the channel, and support your favorite team.
Indeed, guys, go ahead and support your favorite teams right now. If we talk about the clash coming up, the third zone is already about to go down to dust. But before that, Team DRS is actually having some trouble, because KILOWhite is already knocked out. Revival is something which is going to be a little bit outside the play question. But moving up by Team Deadeye guys, they are also holding a very strong point of view in their own perspective, but they are actually about to get spotted. And if that spottation is done and dusted, obviously Delta might be able to retaliate. But there we go, the space goes on, and now with that, I believe Delta has actually compromised his position as well, but now he's going to just fall back from the scenario so that they can actually have a great escape from this stand. And there we go, space are still coming up. Scarl is the gun that this guy is primarily using, and after that, I believe that he also have the UMP45, so definitely in the close combat, that gun can actually help him out. Looking through, the back gun has been busted. The other guy that is on his Vixie is already having a lot of damage on his face.
Well, of course, the damage is already the damage is already dealt by Team Satan. But onto the other end, if we look at Team APG, well, I think the intentions are quite clear. But there you go, Manish has spotted DZIOP. Finally has been taken down, and if you see at the regions of split of the regions of both the team, well, Team APG as well as Satan, both are in a very vast split. Both are in the very big part of a region are covered by both of the teams. But let's see how will they cover it up, how will they manage it up, because as you can see in the mini map as well as on a screen, there is another team which are trying to get inside this fight. It's Team Zap MELIORA. Well, they are also trying to get those some finishes point. They'll also try to get some more third party sprays, because this is a very aggressive team. They've already secured 5 finishes point. They haven't lost any player. I think we need a start like this. As well as not only we, each and every team need to start like this. But onto the other end, if we talk about the Chochapul Hill, well, we can totally see Team BTS. Well, for now, they are 3 men standing. no, I'm sorry, four-man standing, and they're trying to initiate fights with the team ILC. And if you look at their position, well, they're not up to the mark. They have not performed up to the mark, which they are known for. They are almost at top 10. But if they play phenomenally today, they can surely end the day with those top 5 in their favor. But let's see, will they play favorably, or will they try to spoil the top 3 teams game, or will they try to interrupt some third parties, which may be entertaining as well.
Indeed, the entertainment is going to be there for sure. The tug of war between these two teams are actually for sure going to be there. But let's see how these teams are going to delegate the fight. In the this center region, I believe we have got the Amulet official. They are holding it very calmly. But moving up ahead, I guess once the zone gets the pressure done and dusted, things can actually go quite adverse for them. Apart from that, if we talk about BTS Mafia trying to tag out the enemy, but they're failing to do so, I see Esports is being very confident and being very alert about this stand.
Well, similarly, if we look at the zone, radar zone is also looking very difficult to watch out. Well, those water part of the region, those Y water bodies, I think it's going to be very difficult for the team as well. But if we look at those northern parts of the region, well, teams are there. Also, the teams are trying to initiate some more fights. But onto the another region, well, if we talk about team IHC, totally 3-man standing, utilizing their grenades, utilizing their skill set of throwables in their favor. But let's see, will that make any connection? Will that make any difference in their favor or the T opponent's favor? This is the question arising right now. But I think team IHC losing one player will little bit they'll be underconfident as well, because having man advantage always boosts up your confidence, always boosts up your team's confidence. But there you go, I think the opponent are trying to fall back. They are trying to get some more a place inside the zone. Team BTS, let's see, will they totally execute this fight, end this fight, and then move forward, or they'll wait for some finishers point against team IHC and then they'll move forward.
Indeed, they have to actually push forward. Team Z IHC after losing the Zeol, I guess, can be a little bit more in a pressure right now. But I believe the zone is actually going to pressurize them soon after. But that things are coming up, but definitely has the task for us and the other guys to move forward, and the damage is already done. As you can see, he's trying his level best to flank out and maybe catch the team particularly off guard, but that won't be a possible enough task. Done and dusted. Moving up ahead now, Ninka and the other guys have to actually retaliate and rotate. Dacia is there, the Konseka Kira is there. Definitely these guys are just trying to rotate and have a beautiful advantage of this particular play zone, but that won't be an easy one. But there we go. If I talk about Alex, he was unable to rotate with his vehicle because the vehicle is already stuck.
Well, of course, the vehicle was already stuck, but if we talk about Zap Maluria team, I think they are losing the players one by one, and losing the players, I think you're losing the confidence. I think you're losing the grip in this match, and they can cause you a lot of trouble. But there you go, IHC Alex has been spotted. Finally, he'll get spotted, he'll get taken down. But there you go, team guys are moving very much hardly, very much strongly. He has taken one more player down, and team BTS, I think they are looking in danger. But there you go, this first head will not get purely completed. But onto the other end, if we look at IC, well, he's moving towards with the M416 towards team BTS. Will he able to take that pick, or it will be quite difficult for him? This is a 1v1 scenario. I see the last player surviving for the team, the Lone Ranger of team IHC. Well, the total competition is like this 1v1, and let's see, will IC will IC able to do that 1v3 clutch? This is the question. But having MP45 with that oh my god, there you go, that was a great play from his side. But another player it's been entry, and it has been also been eliminated. Now IC is holding that M416 in his hand, moving forward very much beatenly, and that was an unbeatable, unforgettable performance as well. But still a 1v1 remaining, will able to do that 1v2 clutch? The question arises.
Well, definitely the clash is coming up, no doubt on that. The retaliation fire was absolutely mesmerizing. If I talk about Akira, Demigod gets taken down. That's from PLAYBOOK Esports, that guy who was taken down. Precisely, if I talk about the play coming up, but there we go, the retaliations are still being very on point. And when you try to take a fight with teams like IHC, well, definitely this kind of ruckus is going to be there. And team IHC is actually one of those amazing teams which can easily turn the tides, and that's what actually they did. Moving apart, if we talk about Team ANGKOR PUBG, one of those teams which is remaining at top 3 position in the leaderboard, they are also moving apart, trying their level best to claim some good points. If I talk about Team GRS, I would love to see them in the top 3 once again. The way they were being consistent in the first day is something I wanted to actually watch. But let's see, let's focus on how they are going to actually do and how they are actually going to gain the part in their favor or not. PLAYBOOK Esports, Monboy on the other corner is the guy who is not going to be in the waterboard. He wants to take the fight, he wants to retaliate. Won't be a successful task for him because he has to be in the zone. Apart from that, if I talk about Genesis Esports, again coming back with 0 points in their favor, being in the top 10 is the goal that Genesis Esports is living up to.
Well, of course, you have already secured the top 10 position, but haven't secured any finish point. I think that can be a difficult scenario in overall standings for a balanced gameplay. But there you go, finally has been spotted. ANGKOR PUBG M has been eliminated. Team Dead Eyes, where they are looking with those Dead Eyes and getting each and every player in this lobby eliminated. But if we talk about Team G, well, they are also two men standing. I think the revival of the third player is going on in SAP Meloria. Well, this team has finally been eliminated. 17 to 17 players. The match is moving totally phenomenal with at a great speed and a great phase. Finally, but if we look at Team Hashtag Esports, they have secured ruins very much earlier in the second zone itself, and finally defending ruins back to back. I think it's a very difficult task to maintain out. But if we look at Playbook Esports, they are very close to Emility Esports, and there's a high probability chances that we can see a lot of fights in ruins in upcoming times, because almost 3 to 4 aggressive teams holding ruins. I think this is a totally source full of entertainment here.
Well, indeed, the entertainment is going to be there for sure. The fights are going to be there, no doubt on that. The people are trying their level best to delegate and attain some good points in their favor. Moving up ahead, we have got Emulator Official with 5 amazing eliminations in their favor, and being in the top 7 is the goal for this particular team. But the 7 zone, well, it's about to go down, and eventually, when the zone is going to go down, definitely a lot of fights are going to just get built up at that moment. Team DRS also went out quite early with 0 points in this particular match, which is actually a sad sight to watch, because if I talk about the team which is actually at the runner-up position, Playbook Esports, they already have got 110 points in their favor. And moving up ahead, if they are not getting eliminated at this exact instance, I believe they can easily gain a lot of more points. But on the left corner, as you can see, Playbook Esports is coming up with some mollies. Another strike came in, and just like that, I see the guy who's actually becoming a surprise for the team is actually coming up with super close of his zone. But Monboy also gets terminated. Now it's all about Dead guys, which is remaining at the third position. Let's see how they go to the direct with it. Another 1v1 came in, and just like that, IHC also went down to the drain.
Of course, I had say also been flushed out and from this lobby. If I look so well, they have been flushed out by from the lobby. But almost 5 teams, 12 players are still surviving. If they look at the timer, well, almost 23 minutes is over, and still you need to move forward. Still you need to get those more finishes point, more number of finishes point. But getting more number of finishes point, I think it's more viable to get those place point right now, because from top 5, if you're able to secure top 3 position, that will make a difference of almost 3 to 4 times, and it will be very much crucial for your team, for your players as well. But now if we look at hashtag Equinox, I think he has already spotted a deadly eye Joker sir, and he can also cause a trouble. Well, let's see what Joker can sir can do. Having 2 posted, I don't think it will make a bigger difference. Little bit delay of a milliseconds, and there you go, you have been eliminated. And 4 teams, 11 players, as we can see now. And there you go, Emility Esports is totally back in action. Bash, well, there you go, this is a big bang bash from Bash. But if we talk about Satan Manish, well, Team Satan is 4 men standing with those 8 finishes point in the backpack, moving very aggressively and very progressively. I think this can give you a lot of confidence, a lot of chaos to the other teams, and a lot of difficulties to other teams as well. But 4 teams, 11 players on an average. If you see Raider, each team will hold 3 man. This means the teams and players are totally here with those man advantage, which will give a lot of confidence to each and every team.
Well, indeed, the confidence is something which is going to be quite important for these particular teams, because when you want to actually get that winner trigger, when you want to become the table topper team, of course, a lot of contribution has to be done. Of course, a lot of actually competition should be increased at that moment. And yeah, if we talk about Team Sit and Crew, this is the first match that they're actually playing. They are substituting one amazing team which was there in the grand finale. But the way they are playing with 8 amazing eliminations, being in the top 4 and pretty much close with the 4-man power, I think this team can be more than capable of actually getting that beautiful winner chicken. And if that actually comes in, it can help them a lot in terms of the leaderboard. Moving apart, Astrox and the other guys from Team Stage and Crews are still trying their level best to actually attack and actually gain some good points. Well, they are trying to focus per ahead. They're trying their level best to attain some good points. As you all can see, the winner chicken dinner forecast is saying Satan Crew might be getting the winner chicken dinner, and the prediction is actually 36% for them. While talking about Emulator Official, well, the win prediction is going to be 27%. If I talk about hashtag esports, well, hashtag esports is having only 18% of their own. And if we talk about Genesis esports, they've got the 18% as well.
Well, of course, already they have secured a good number of finishers point. But there you go, Team Satan. Well, Will they lose players? Will they lose those man advantage? Is the question. If they lose the position, if they lose the man advantage, I think they will lose the chicken dinner also, because holding those man advantage will obviously help you to defend the zone, will obviously help you to get those zones. As we can see, Team G, well, they are very close to the zone, almost 22 meters only they need to get inside the zone, but they are not having those man advantage. So it's almost like a risky scenario. It's almost like a surviving on an edge of a knife. But let's see how will they able to take those picks. Team G is two-man standing with those 4 finishes point, but Emility Esports, they are four-man standing, and having man advantage will always give you a lot of confidence and those guts to get inside the zone, securing those finishes point simultaneously. But if we look at Godspeed, well, the name is quite similar to the player's position, with the players tackling well. Let's see, will be able to justify his name or not. If we talk about Satan, well, Astroax, he's moving forward very much closely, very much alertly, and let's see how will they get some more finishes point.
Well, definitely getting those amazing finish points is something which is going to be a goal for these amazing teams. Still, we have got the 4 teams. Still, we have got the 11 players still surviving, sitting through being the one with the highest manpower. And if I talk about teams like, let's say, Genesis Esports and Hashtag Tour, besides, they are the one with the least manpower. So definitely, they have got the kind of, let's say, anticipation that how we are going to deliver the fight, how we're going to gain those points in their favor, or not. But if we talk about Vape, well, he is about to receive a beautiful molly on his face, but eventually that Molotov cocktail didn't find the connection. Moving up ahead, Hashtag Esports Adi gets spotted, and just like that, he has been taken down by Vape's M762. That was a beautiful barrel shot coming up, but on the other corner, Vape gets overconfident, and he gets taken down from the team known as Team Station Crew. But apart from that, I guess Team GE is still trying to just gain some good points. They're trying to trade off, but the real battle might be between Team Satan and Team Emulate Official.
Well, of course, the real battle may be between these two teams, because as we can see, the man advantage is totally favoring the team. But Godspeed, well, finally has spotted Shortex. He'll take him down. And the grasses is helping a lot. The grasses is favoring him a lot. He can, which will help him to get some more finishes point. But there you go, he has been spotted finally. And hashtag Equinox, well, those eagle eyes will help him a lot to get those finishes point. And finally, we are on the top 3 teams, the top 9 alive players. If we look at ability speeds with those headshot in his favor, he'll get some more finishes point, total 7 finishes point. Now is finally evoked to top 3 teams, so top 8 alive players, and 27 to 28 minutes are almost over. If we look at Team Ability Sports, well, they are also looking very positionalized. They are also looking very holdingized, and let's see how they perform out. What will be the strategy? If we look at Team Satan, while Team Satan is also having a good approach, a good strategy from their side. So let's see how they manage to maintain those position points. But what I think the only and best contender to win this match is the Emility Esports. But there you go, finally he tried to get some more finish point. And Astrox, well, solo player standing for how much more time he'll get survived. And there you go, Speed has spotted him, and finally he'll take him down very much smoothly.
Well, indeed, I believe Satan official, Satan Esports to be precise, having the full man power. I thought for a second that they might actually get the winner with chicken dinner, but the way actually they got sandwiched from both Genesis Esports hashtag and as well as Eminate official actually took a beautiful chunk of that particular team. So obviously, Team Satan Esports who actually is getting declined from that winner with chicken dinner. But apart from that, well, there we go. Hashtag one good member. That's Equinox. The Eagle guy has been taken down. If we talk about Adi, well, he's also trying to push forward. Let's see how he can be a favorable guy for that particular team, or is it going to be a situation where they are going to easily go down to the drain? That is going to be quite important to watch because Emulate official, well, they are back in the game with full man power. Apart from that, some more shots being exchanged. That was a beautiful UMP45 knockout coming up. Moving up ahead, Speed comes in with a beautiful jump shot, and just like that, Emulate official, after getting the first ever winner chicken dinner in the Sanhok map on the day number 1, now they are starting it off in the last day at the first match. To be precise, the map of Erangel went in their hand, and it was a beautiful one to be precise. And we just love the way the intensity went out. And right now, with the first winner chicken dinner already in the bag, Emulate official is going to be quite confident throughout the day.
Well, of course, this was a roaring start from their side, and the question is that how will they maintain the same consistency? How will they maintain the same level of advantage, same level of aggression from their side? This is a very important question to note out. But I'm really very surprised by the performance of Team DRS. I think the break of one day has left the momentum, or what happened to this team, because the teams which was performing consistently throughout the game, I think dipped down in the first match of the last day. It's very crucial to watch it, because you're not having a good lead, having a good lead of those 20 points, but you're not having a very much good lead of those 30, 50 or 40 points. One good match and you can get those ranked at those second position also, and you can lose the first position rank. So let's see how they move forward. But if we talk about the MVP, well, Emility Sports Speed with those 5 elimination point and damage of a 765, in his favor. He's played phenomenally with a contribution of 45.45% towards his team.
Well, indeed, the fight was absolutely amazing. The people actually tried their level best to attain some good points in the favor, no doubt in that. But yeah, Emirate official with that amazing consistency, 5 eliminations, and the 45.45% contribution for the team did a beautiful part for the team. And eventually, this is how the game should be carried away. This is how the match should be actually carried away from a beautiful team like that. While talking about the highlights, you can already see how it all started. It all started with Emirate official trying to actually create a huge impact onto team Angkor PUBG Pride, I believe, and they were able to be successful in it.
Well, of course, the here was the area from the where game started. Almost the match started with those chaos and cows. If we talk about Satan, they tried to get some more finishes point at those early phases, at their drop clashes, and they were quite executable. They were quite successful in that, and they secured 4 finishes point at those early phases, which gave them a lot of confidence, a lot of boost. And this was the last pick of the fight. But if we talk about Team SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they were in the trouble from the starting phases as well, because they lost almost the drop clash fight, which was almost like a very bad start. And the start very much matters. If you get the good start, if you get a bad start, it's almost start of the day as well. But if we talk about Team DRS, well, loss of Team DRS, I think they could be a much happier. The teams could be much happier at those second and third position, because the elimination of Team DRS at those early position will give a lot of happiness to other teams, because they have a chance to get those first position in their rank.
Well, definitely they had that significant marker coming up, but eventually when it came to Team IHC Esports, IC was the last one standing. The way he actually did a beautiful 1v3 on this particular team was absolutely amazing. Look at that, how beautifully IHC terminated two beautiful members from team particularly known as BTS Mafia, and after that he switched into the FPP mode and was able to retaliate and take down the third one as well. So this is how the actually conversion is actually coming up, and this is how the fights are actually getting established. Moving up ahead, love the way the consistency went out, but if we talk about Emulate Official, the winner chicken was quite tough for them because in the way they had a lot of, let's say, disturbance.
And of course, so they had a lot of disturbance, but Ruins was always the area of attraction, always the center of attraction. And as I told earlier, if there could be number of teams, it could be number of aggressive teams, and I don't think the match would be very much easy for the other teams or the enemies as well. And if the teams and the players could be not aggressive or passive, bit of passive enough, I think that could be more better. But there you go. This was almost the second last fight of the match, because Team G, well, finally they has important Godspeed laying down on those grasses, was utilizing a lot of favorable condition into his favor. But MLTC Esports, well, finally he eliminated the third team and bash onto the other end with that big bang bash. He was trying to get some more finishes point, but there you go. Finally, Speed has spotted that player, and the chicken dinner became very close to Team MLT Sports after eliminating Team Hashtag as well.
And indeed, the fight was absolutely mesmerizing. The people tried their level best to attain the points, and eventually they were pretty much successful in it. Moving up ahead, if we talk about Minute of Esports, well, the way they actually gained those points was absolutely amazing. But now, moving up ahead, let's talk about the overall statistics. The finals, day number 3, match number 9 is already in front of us, and as well can see 54 amazing points, 54 amazing eliminations to be precise were delivered, and the total healings were not that much. That's 5,768, and total knockouts were 59. Throwables being used was 157. Two airdrops were being looted, 12 headshots meanwhile were appointed, and after that, if we talk about the total amount of rescues, that was only 17. And the Playbook Esports' Monboy was the guy with 288 meter of the elimination. That is the longest which we had in this particular match.
Well, of course, that was the longest elimination distance which was in this match, but this was almost about day 3, a match 9 statistics. Will move towards more statistics, a match summary. While eliminating sports, it's speed who have secured 5 highest elimination. The damage is given of 810 by IHC. Highest assist is secured by E8 Ash, highest knocks by E8 Speed, and Playbook Esports Moonboy, well, he has secured the longest distance of 288-meter. Well, this was the match summary of day 3 and match 9. But moving forward, if we look at the graph, if we look at the charts of the kill to the damage ratio, I think that will be more pleasure to watch out.
Well, definitely the eliminations and damage chart can easily decipher that how these people actually performed and how many points they had to actually gain in their favor to actually become the tabletoppers to be precise. But apart from that, highest assist coming from Bash's corner was good enough. Monboy also did a very decent job of actually attaining some good points. But this is how the finals day number 3, match number 1 to be precise, is actually starting. This is overall the match ranking. If we talk about the match ranking of this particular match, well, Emirate official with this 26-point bomber is easily going to climb a lot in terms of the leaderboard. Hashtag Esports, meanwhile, having only 18 points. Same goes for Sitting Crew as well. Genesis Esports with 12 of their own. Same goes for DEADEYES as well. IHC Esports with 9 points. Zap Meloria with 8. Playbook Esports with 5 of their own. ANGKOR PUBG with 3 points. BTS Mafia with 2 points. Team MABETEX Esports also had some decent points in their favor, but moving up ahead, if we talk about the eliminations and damage chart, Team Aegon and T20X, apart from that, Team HV had some beautiful backlashes.
Well, of course, I think they had some black backlashes as well. But if we look at the highest damage, as you told, TL 71 is secured by TJB, and the highest finishes is also secured by TJB with those six highest finishes and in their back. But I'm very surprised that the highest finishes only six, not by a player, it's by a team. And if we look at the MVP rankings, well, TRS Delta X with those 21 a finish point in his backpack is securing the first position with a damage of 3446. Secondly, it's going to be ranked with those 17 elimination. Third is Gyante with those 15 elimination. Playbook Esports is Moon Boy with those 18 elimination. And if we look at Killer Whitey of DRS, he has also secured 19 finishes. But if you look at top 5 MVP raider, it's almost on Team DRS and Team Playbook Esports only.
Well, indeed, I believe Team DRS is actually doing a very beautiful job. And apart from that, if I talk about the head-to-head, well, it's between the top two teams. Well, meanwhile, if I talk about the gap between these two teams, the gap is of only 16 points. That means they have to capitalize. That means they have to catch up. And soon enough, if the catching up is not done, obviously the things can actually go quite southwards for them. But meanwhile, if I talk about DRS Gaming, 66 eliminations and 49 for the team known as Playbook Esports. Winner Winner Chicken is slightly high for Team Playbook Esports. Average damage is not looking that great for Playbook Esports, but when it comes to average survival time, well, gap of 1 or 1.5 minutes is already there. Headshots is also much higher. Utilities being used is actually much higher as compared to DRS. But well, after all, if we talk about the rankings in the leaderboard, well, DRS is still being on top.
Well, of course, DRX with those almost, if you look at the points, it's a 16-point lead, still emulating it, but emulate official. If you look at this team, they are coming very close. One good game of those 25 plus points, I think, rank on those top one. And if you look at Deadeyes, well, they are also very close. And if we look at ANGKOR PUBG, they are also almost a close. But one or two good games of those fourth and fifth position teams, they'll surely get those first and second rankings. But the competition is almost like for the top 5 teams. If we look at Team IHC, hashtag Esports, Stan Crew, and ELEMENTRIX, they need to worry hard. I think this match is a deciding match for these 4 teams. So whichever team gets those 30 points in this particular match, I think they'll rank on top 5. And the upcoming 2 matches almost for those one or first or second position. Let's see how they perform. But moving to the second page of 10 to 18 teams, let's see how will they perform out, because the last 3 matches I don't think they'll able to patch it up, because it's almost very late to gain some more points.
Indeed, indeed. Right now, only 3 more matches to go, and in those 3 amazing matches, these people have to attain a lot of points so that they can easily come back on the top. But it won't be an easy task for them, that's for sure. Moving upward, if we talk about teams like Elementrix with 62 points, I believe the chart should be a little bit more favorable for them as soon as the fights might actually come in. Apart from that, now moving upward, if we talk about, let's say, Zap Meloria, 57 points from their corner. The only team which is going down a little bit is going to be Magnus Esports.
Well, of course, Magnus Esports has only secured 10 finishes point in the 10 overall points in the favor, which is not that much good, which is required. But we'll move towards the map rotation again, and like this will end the first match of the last day. And if we look at the first match, I think it was very much distracting, very much chaotic for the teams and our audience as well. But the second match is of Miramar, which is a very deciding map, full of those chaos, full of those cluster. And moving towards the head-to-head competition has been DRS Delta X, DRS from DRX Gaming, and similarly from the Team Playbook Esports ranked 21 eliminations from Delta X. He is totally leading this part as well. But if we talk about the damage, is slightly better than Playbook Esports ranking. If we talk about the assist, almost double up assist as compared to ranking. Throwables is also very much high. By this note, almost the first match of the last day has ended, and I would like to sustain that. I would like to end the first match with a great note. And please do hit that like button, subscribe the channel, share this stream as well, guys, because your support is very much required for a moral support as well. and we'll keep bringing some more gameplays, some more events for you guys. Till then, guys, we'll take a short break of 2-3 minutes. We'll join you again on the cast today. Till then, stay tuned and keep supporting us.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with another beautiful bang coming up, and this is going to be the map of Miramar. First one, it was absolutely amazing coming from Emirates Corner with 26 amazing points. They did an exceptionally well job. But now, the map of Miramar, the map where actually the things can be quite tedious, and you don't know how the people are going to rotate, how the enemy is going to just actually turn you down, is something which is going to be quite crucial to watch out. So, definitely, a beautiful match is about to get summoned. My name is Raider, along with me, it's Eagle on the desk, and we are going to witness the chaos coming up in this one.
Well, of course, so we are going to witness some more different chaos, some more interesting entertainment from the team side as well. But similarly, I'll also like to request my audience to please do hit that like button, subscribe the channel as well. Moving towards the second match, it's a map of Miramar, full of those chaos, full of those clusters, crowds, height advantages, disadvantages, ridges, dips, those bolt action sniper rifles, those long range battles. So let's see how will the team accommodate in these upcoming scenarios. But again, the question is that will these affect the top 3 teams, the top 4 teams, or will they affect those teams from 5 to 10th position? If they gain some 20 to 30 points, I'll think they'll snapshot to those top 5 position as well.
Well, indeed, there is a possibility that they are actually going to get the boost. But if we talk about Team DRS, few more matches to go for them. I believe in this particular performance, they might actually incline and eventually gain some good points. Although they are failing to do so in the past few matches, but I believe this could be the one match where they can easily climb back. And Sanhok is another beautiful map where the things might actually be a little bit more in their favor. So we have to actually check out. We have to see how the flight path actually gets developed, how the people are going to jump in. And there we go. The flight path is actually coming up once again. It's a diagonal one, and it is cutting, let's say, close to 45 to 55 percentage of, let's say, ratio is actually there in the flight path. Let's see from where the flight is going to start and where the people are actually going to jump in is going to be the biggest question. Well, there we go. The flight path starts from Torre Amada, and it is going to the prison region. But areas like Impala, Puerto Preso, and somewhere around ruins is not going to get that favorable. So obviously the people have to jump in the center vicinity, like El Pozo could be there, San Martin Hacienda is there as a beautiful compound, Torre Amada is there, Tierra Bronca is there. People can actually jump in. Picado, Los Unes is also a little bit far away, but yeah, people can actually go for it. Chumasera is also there. And apart from that, La Benita could be a great place to jump in.
Of course, the fly path is quite difficult to watch out, guys. Chasing to watch out. If we look at the fly path, clearly it states as starting from those northeastern part of the region, ending toward those southwestern parts of the region. It's very difficult for the teams. Want to go to Puerto Parisa, Los Leones, they need to glide a lot, they need to feather a lot, or they need to take vehicles at those early phases, and we can also see some vehicle clashes as well. Let's see how will the team perform out. But Toria Udo, well, I was not expecting the clash on the flypath itself, but Picado is also being a regular drop clash region to watch out. Let's see how many teams will go. Right now on Picado, San Martin, Hacienda del Patron, well, it's almost on the line of flypath, expecting the Chumaquera regions. Well, teams will also love to go at those regions as well. But if you talk about La Copria, those decent regions, well, teams are going there as well. If you look at the zone, if you look at the fly path, teams are almost split. Teams almost cover each and every region, each and every area of the map, slowly. But about the drop clashes, we can see some 2 or 3 drop clashes overall in the map.
Well, definitely, the drop clash is going to be there, and it is going to maximize the strength and eventually take out quite a bit of this particular matchup. So let's see what eventually is actually going to happen and how the people are going to enact with it. Well, definitely a huge amount of, let's say, ruckus is going to be there. People are actually coming up in the close proximity, and we might actually expect quite a few fights coming up. As you can see, some throwables being used. Loot is something which is going to be the primary goal for everybody at this moment, and eventually, when they get the right kind of loot in their favor, I believe they are going to push forward, and that can actually help them a lot in terms of the gun game.
I think they'll help a lot about talking about San Martin, Hacienda del Patron. I think it's a very devastating region to watch out. If you look at Team G, in the last match they have performed certainly very much progressively. Let's see how they favor out. Let's see how they move forward. But looking at Team APG, they're looking very strong enough. They're 3 men standing. No, they're 4 men standing. Team G very close to them, and the split of G, I think they can again cause a lot of trouble to this team, because in the last match they have done the same mistake, they have done the same progression. They have used a split, but not holding any backup, not holding any progression in their side, but repeating same mistakes in each and every match, I think will not teach you a lot of things. But repeating different mistakes in same matches, I think will teach you a lot of things. But if you look at Godspeed, well, the name is quite beautiful to watch out. Let's see will he able to justify his name or not.
Well, the area of San Martin is always going to be contested, and eventually these are the guys who are trying to contest it out and eventually gain some good points. Well, that won't be an easy task for Team Genesis Esports. I believe they are trying their level best to attain some good points. We have got Master Smile, we've got Wave. Other than that, we have some more members coming from Team ANGKOR PUBG as well. This is the team which is remaining at fourth or fifth position, I believe, in the leaderboard. So definitely a lot of things has to be done from their corner. But there we go. DRS is starting it off, and Team ANGKOR PUBG is also trying to gain some good points.
Of course, ANGKOR PUBG will try to gain some more beautiful points. And looking at these aggression, looking at those stats, I think they are very much beautiful to watch out. They are much astonishing to watch out. And let's see with that red dot and M416, a different combination. Uh, we will say that it's a basic combination to watch out, and taking 100 and 200 meters spray with that red dot, I think it's very mesmerizing to watch out. Let's see will they make any connection, but there you go, Team DRS. I think they are again trying to gain the same confidence, trying to gain the same momentum. Well, let's see will they able to chase the match. Will they be the chase machine in this match, because last match was not good enough for the team, but this match is very much important for Team DRS, because if they lost this match, they will also lose the game. They will also lose the lead in the points table, and then it will be very much difficult for the team. But looking at Team APG, well, they're still trying to initiate some fight. Team Zap Meloria, well, finally they are also initiating some more fights. If we look at MAB, well, Zap Meloria, one player has been eliminated, moving towards another player. It's Godless, if I'm not wrong. No, it's Godless. He's also been taken down. If we talk about the other two players, they are also looking in disturbed advantages, disturbed disadvantages. Let's see how will they maintain the position, how will they capitalize the position. This is a very much important question to watch out. But looking at team number 16 and team number 60, almost 60 players are surviving. Let's see how team MAB will recognize the players and recognize the teams.
Well, definitely gaining those points is something which is going to be quite crucial for every single team right now, and the people are just trying their level best to chase the goals. Meanwhile, trying to attack, meanwhile, trying to perform exceptionally well. They are trying their level best to deliver the points in their favor. If I talk about Team MABETEX, so the knockout is about to get confirmed. Let's see, is it going to be a confirmation coming up, or the things actually not being in their favor is something which is going to happen. So, yeah, we are actually witnessing a lot of ruckus in the lobby. Moving up ahead, as you can see, the rotation between Team DRS is also coming, and they are being very close to another beautiful chaotic team.
Of course, they're very close to another chaotic team as well. But let's see how will they engage those fights, how will they initiate those fights. Because if you look at Team ELEMENTRIX, they're also not at those a good position in the match. But there you go, it's APG Skynin with that M416. He has finally taken that first pick in this match. And how will they customize the picks? This is the question. Surviving almost 5 to 6 minutes is over. It's trying to change his position, but if the APG comes to support the players, to support the teammates, I think that will be more better, because the split, I think that can cause a lot of trouble. And Team G, I think if the Team APG comes together, they can be eliminated, but if they secure a lot of more time, it will be very much devastating for the team as well. Let's see how will they execute these fights.
Well, the execution has to be done quite rightly. Well, there we go. If we talk about Skyline, goes in for a devious shot, fails to connect it. Another devious shot is coming up, and well, he was able to connect this one, but eventually Cannon gets taken down. And if we talk about Team APG, they are on the back foot. I don't think so that the backup might actually arrive at the right time, right place. So definitely, this is going to be quite chaotic to watch out for them to see. ELEMENTRIX, meanwhile, on the other corner, has been eliminated, which is not a great sight to watch. Apart from that, if we talk about Team APG, they are still trying to take up a fight. They are still trying to deliver some good points. Astrox with that UMP45, with that Uzi to be precise, is trying his level best to attack and eventually gain the points. But a nade has been cooked up, and nade could be mesmerizing. Another shot goes in, and there we go. With that micro Uzi, he ends the story of two good members from Team Genesis Esports, and this is how the battle between Genesis and APG is going to start off. APG already losing a good member, that's going to be Skynen. But on the other backfoot, if we talk about the last man standing from Team Genesis Esports, so there we go. He is coming up. He has actually kept trying his level best for a beautiful volleyball. He fails to connect the shot, but finally DZOP managed to take over Team Genesis Esports with 4 amazing eliminations. This team is trying to just move up ahead in the leaderboard, and that's a great sight to watch. And Genesis Esports getting out quite early is something we not expected quite a bit, but yeah, that's how the game actually went out for them.
Of course, the game went quite disturbing for the team, but looking at Team ABB, well, they have 4 men standing with those two finishes point in their favor. If we look at Team Zap Meloria, well, they are not known to the opponent's position, they are not known to their enemy's position. Almost 7 to 8 minutes is over. Now teams need to get ready for the rotations, because after almost 10 to 20 seconds, I'm sorry, after 1 to 2 minutes, the zone shrinking will attack you, and you need to eagerly get inside the zone very fastly. Get inside the zone, and that's the region, that's the progression which we all wait for. Similarly, if we talk about the other teams, if we talk about ELEMENTRIX, they have faced early elimination in the last two match of ELEMENTRIX. Will they go still for those points, or will they go for spoiling the games of the enemies of the opponents?
Well, let's check it out. Let's see what will happen and how the people are going to perform. And meanwhile, if we talk about, well, there we go. Zapanoria gets backstabbed from the back, and easily a knockout can actually be delivered. And yes, of course, the knockout came in. Finally, the finish is also going to be there. Akira being the last one standing of his particular team. Let's see how he's going to capitalize the fight. Well, there we go. Goes in for a 1v1. And M249 is something which is going to be quite chaotic for the enemy. And there we go. Finally, Zapanoria gets taken down at hashtag 14 without a single finish. That means they are going to get 0 points in this particular matchup. Meanwhile, if we talk about teams like MABETEX, well, they are rising quite a bit. Hashtag 13 is the position that they are relying on. But the first zone already gets compromised. The second zone is about to be here anytime soon. And once the zone is actually going to get delivered to us, well, we'll be looking forward to see that where the zone is actually going to go on, because the second play zone can be quite a menace.
Well, of course, the second zone can be quite difficult, quite challenging as well, because evenly, if we look at after the second zone, if we look towards the third zone is more disturbing as we watch out. But for the now time being, if we look at the players, if we look at the teams, it's almost 13 teams, 49 players, and let's see how will they move forward. What will be the strategy? What will be the momentum? How will they play off? But oh my God, there you can see eastern parts is totally vacant. If we look at those western parts of the region, I think this is the region to watch out. A very disturbing scenario can be created, reader. If you look at those western part, almost 4 to 5 teams are very close to each other. The difference can be of 50 to 100 meters, and certainly basically we see the fights between Miramar is of almost of 100 to 200 meters with the sniper rifles, with the M416 and 6x. So there's a high probability chances we can see a third party, fourth party fight here as well.
Well, indeed, the third party, fourth party fights are going to be there for sure. But moving up ahead, if we talk about Jedi guys, well, they are trying to move forward. Team APG is actually getting connected quite a bit, but their vehicle is not going to be that actually cumbersome. But finally, one good guy from Team APG already getting destroyed. Another spray is coming up. Joker sir gets connected quite a bit. Para is on the back foot, trying his level best to establish the dominance that has to be there right now. Apart from that, some more sprays being delivered. As you can see, the damage is mesmerizing. Another beautiful knockout on the way. The damage is still on point. Para might be actually getting connected, but finally, John Pro also gets taken down. Now it's all about two good members from Team ANGKOR PUBG Pride who are still surviving well. The survival for Team ANGKOR PUBG Pride is not looking that great. Apart from that, if it was still coming up, but there we go. The mini 14 caps are being exchanged. Shots are absolutely amazing, but still the shots were unable to actually take him apart. Apart from that, well, there we go. The push is coming up. This can be very disturbing. And there we go. The guy gets spotted. It's a 1v1 battle coming up, and the tussle goes in the hands of Team GE's Chari sir. Just like that, a beautiful elimination coming up once again. I believe the team known as ANGKOR PUBG Pride is already on the verge of getting decimated, because the last man standing is going to be way too far away. If he also gets eliminated, then that's all done and dusted for the glory of Team ANGKOR PUBG Pride. But they are very open-ended. I believe the last man standing is also very open-ended. As spray comes in, the damage is there for sure. The headshots were actually connected, but moving up ahead, Charlie sir is trying to maintain the pressure. Apart from that, the other guys from Team DEADEYES is just trying to flank on him, and yeah, the flank is successful pretty much. Para goes in for a beautiful nade. Let's see, will he be able to connect that particular nade? If he actually goes in, that will be absolutely amazing to watch out. Well, there we go. The nade goes in, makes a significant dent, but fails to connect. But apart from that, from the back foot, and the nade came in. 4 amazing finishes for Team DEADEYES, and now they are still moving up because they are at hashtag 4. Definitely a worrisome match is going to be there for Team GRS, because another team is about to climb in their vicinity.
Of course, Team IHC is now finally trying to tackle it out. It's against Team BTS, and let's see how will they start the game, how will they start the fight. This is very much chaotic to watch out. But if you look at the team, if we look at the teams, I think distance being the factor, they're still trying to gain some more position. They're trying to gain some more points as well at these regions. Almost 12 to 13 minutes are over, and after this 1 to 2 minutes, the zone will shrink. The third zone formation will come, and you need to be very much ready. You need to be very much get started, because after this area, after this zone progression, the third zone will damage you a lot, and you have just 8 seconds after the countdown. As we can see on screen, you will need to get eagerly inside the zone. But the open ground scenarios, the open fights, I think that can cause a lot of trouble, because not about only 1v1. You can also face some third parties, you can also face some fourth parties. But if you look at the zone formation, clearly it's shifted toward the eastern parts of the region, and these hard shift, well, they can challenge the teams, and they can challenge the players a lot. And if you look at Crucial Valley, it's already secured by a team. Those height advantages, those riches is already secured by the team, which can cause a lot of cluster. But if you look at those water treatment, power grid regions, it's almost 4 to 5 teams, as we can see there, and they can cause a lot of trouble, a lot of chaos to the teams as well. 13 to 14 minutes is almost over, and let's see how will they move forward, what will be the strategies, what will be the momentum. But for now time being, Team Abilities Esports. They have secured second in the last match. Will they able to maintain the same progression, the same consistency in the upcoming matches? This is a question to watch out.
I mean, they're definitely trying to, because they're being very dominant. They are trying their level best to escape all the harm's way, and eventually, when the fight will come in, they might be able to delegate the fight. But if we talk about Emulator Esports, that particular guy, he's parking the vehicle in charge. But apart from that, Wally gets taken down from a beautiful guy known as Zeol from Team IHC Esports, and that was a beautiful takedown coming up. This is the area of water treatment, pretty much close to it, and eventually the battle is getting a little bit in the favor of Team IHC. On the other corner, we talk about IC himself. Well, his HP is not looking that strong. He's completely trying to fall back and eventually be as much as safe he can be, so that he can repatch himself and bring back the glory of IHC in the game. But apart from that, Team MABETEX, Hershey is on the back foot. He's also trying his level best to attain and acquire some good eliminations. So I don't know, will it be possible or not? But there we go. Zeol gets connected. Quite a few damages were there. But moving up ahead, finally Zeol finds a shack and he's going to rely with that. But BTS Mafia connects one from Team MABETEX. That means once again Team MABETEX is in a tussle, and it is actually a sandwich-like situation for both of them.
Well, of course, it's very difficult to watch out, and it's a sandwich-like situation. But if you look at it from IHC, well, they are looking very calm, composed. They're looking very decent at this position. But Emility Sports, I think the chicken dinner in the last match give a lot of confidence to this team, give a lot of progression to this team. Let's see how will they move forward. What will be the strategy? What will be the momentum? But almost 14 to 15 minutes are over, which means 50% of time in this given point of match is almost over. And if we look at Team RTG, they haven't performed up to the mark in the past days, in the past matches as well. Let's see what will they do today in the last day and second match. But similarly, meanwhile, if we look at Team MAB, they are totally scattering in the kill feed. If we look at Team hashtag Esports, they are also looking very much progressive. They are also looking very much aggressive in this match. Let's see, as it is the third last match of the day, how will they play, how will the team perform it, because we can see those aggression, we can see those third parties initiating in this match as well. I was waiting for the third or fourth match, because when you go with that zero or yellow approach, teams and players become quite aggressive. But like this, Rashtra will take that pick. They have secured 2 finishes point in the backpack and almost moved towards those top 12 and top 41 teams. But similarly, as seen in the kill feed, Team DRS is still leading the game.
Well, it's quite peculiar to watch how the fights are going to get established. Bacha on the other corner is about to go down because the HP is not looking that great, but he's going to repatch himself. Hitman on the other corner gets taken down. Revival is something which might be possible for Hitman, but apart from that, I believe Team Hashtag Esports is being a very chaotic at this moment. Although they don't have a lot of points in their favor, but eventually I believe they're just trying to make a significant dent in the lobby. They have got 77 points in their favor. Ash gets taken down. He won't be able to, let's say, get the res back in the game. This is the area of symmetry where the people are just trying to take over, gain some good points. Failing to do so, connecting those dots is something which is going to be quite crucial. But there we go, BTS Mafia, the whole team is about to go down because the people are falling like leaves from the trees. But IHC, well, that is another beautiful team which is still receiving a lot of fights. But ANGKOR PUBG manages to provide a beautiful damage. And that's SKYLIGHTZ Gaming's Yama, who has been taken down. Revival is something which is going to be a little bit on the shaky corner, but Nade gets cancelled so that he can actually res himself, or should I say, repatch himself.
And of course, he'll obviously try to repatch himself. But if we talk about Team SKYLIGHTZ, they haven't much secured in the past matches. They haven't much played good in the past matches, past days as well. But if we look at Emility Sports, the rivalry between Emulate and APG has been seen in the past days as well. But now the question is that will they maintain the rivalry? It can cause trouble to Emulate, but not to APG, because APG has nothing to lose. But Emulate, they're already in those top 3 teams, so they surely need some more finish points, some more position point to gain those top 1, top 2 position. But SKYLIGHTZ, they're losing the player one by one, they're losing the cards one by one, and it's a very difficult task to maintain your players. So let's see how will they maintain. But onto the another end, Emility Sports Bash has been taken down. It's ISU Zoel. I think it's a third party scenario. Multiple teams is tackling out Emility Sports, and let's see how they're able to tackle it out. But Team DSA versus Team DE is finally 1-on-1. And if we look at Team DRS, they are totally confronting the players, they're totally confronting the teams. And Chai Sir is coming with that drop shot. I don't think it will make a lot of difference. And if we look at Joker Sir, he is being that the last player surviving for the team, the Lone Ranger, the last player. What he'll do can only give those support fire, the cover fire. I think it's good. He's surviving. He could get some more finishers points, some more plays for the team, because getting eliminated at those top 12 teams, the top 31 players, or top with those 4 finishers points is not more worth it. Getting eliminated at those top 3 teams position with those 4 finishers point in the backpack.
Well, both of the top two teams are trying to ignite a fight, and as you can see, Team Hashtag is now coming up in a troublesome fight with the team Playbook Esports. Remember, guys, Playbook Esports is the only team right now, along with Team Emulate Official, which is trying to give a huge containment to teams like DRS, which are still being on top right now with 131 points in their favor, 133 to be precise in their favor. But finally, Playbook Esports managed to repatch themselves, and eventually these guys are back in the game. The action is still starting to resume. But there we go. Another beautiful knockout comes in. Hashtag Esports Equinox being the last man standing with this particular team comes in for the damage, comes in for the glory, comes in for the fights coming up. But I believe DRS is already hearing all the shots coming up. So it can be quite a tipsy-turvy fight coming up for them. But S-2R managed to finish one off. Another nade being cooked up. 3 more nades are there in this bag. He's trying his level best to repatch and eventually gain some good points with the throwables, but fails to do so because the connection was not that optimum. Apart from that, still the nades are going on, no doubt in that. The nades are actually going to be quite a significant part of this particular fight. But Team BTS Mafia gets taken down. The last man standing from that particular team was traded off by Team Deadeye guys. But finally, Deadeye guys were about to push onto them, but at that same exact moment, they saw that the zone is actually shifting on another side on the opposite way. So yes, of course, we have to travel to the zone because getting those finishes is something which can actually happen when you are in the zone. But if you are outside the particular zone, you are going to become the finish of some other team.
Well, of course, but now if we look at Emulate Esports, they're having those man advantage, they're having those players advantage. They got a little boosted up start as well. But question is again the same: how will they maximize those start? How will they maintain those starts? This is the question surviving right now. But 11 teams, 27 players. On to the another end, if we look at team APG, well, they're also looking very strong enough. Losing one or two player, I don't think it will make a big difference if your dimensions are clear, if your content are clear. But Team RTG getting down from those height advantages, I think they can be in trouble. And there you go, Khan getting some initial spaces, still trying his level best to get some more finishes point. But the last player for Team RTG, well, it's a Sam if I'm not wrong, and he can be targeted, he can be tackled, he can be eliminated. And there you go, finally has been spotted with that headshot of Khan. He will get eliminated, and finally one more finishes point. But Hashtag Esports, well, they will get eliminated. Top 8 teams to top 23 alive players, and the 5th zone shrink is finally up to the mark. Well, similarly, if we look at those another team, if we look at those Playbook Esports, so they are also holding a same position. They are also holding the same momentum. But again, the question is that they will be able to maintain the second position in the points table. Let's see the target between Emulate Esports and Playbook Esports. The competition between the Playbook Esports and Emulate Esports is very much important because one team is at second position, another team is at third position. There you go, Khan has taken one more player down, moving towards another. He will get eliminated right now, and Lucifer onto the another end. Well, Playbook Esports is not looking good. I think it's a demigod which has been taken down, and back-to-back those grenades, back-to-back throwables. The elimination of Playbook Esports is finally converted into the lobby transformation. And if we look at Emulate Esports, they're looking very much great, very much strong. And I think they could get those double back-to-back chicken dinner. But right now, if we look at Bash, is that solo player standing, and he'll try to get some revival for his team.
Well, of course, if Ash would have not been there, I guess this kind of holding was not possible for Team Emulate Official. But right now, Team DRS is about to actually take it up with Emulate Official. The team which is remaining at the third position is about to take over to the team which is actually residing at the first position. Definitely a huge ruckus is about to be there. And there we go, Team DRS already tries to push forward. Delta managed to put down Ash, and that's a big opening created. And now, if we talk about the fight, well, Lucifer, well, he's about to get the revival, but won't be a possible one to be precise. Definitely going to be a quite tough fight for them. Rules OG managed to put a beautiful nade. Let's see how his nade is going to create an opening, and if it is a possibility or not, that is something we all actually want to know. But the nades didn't find any kind of connection. Moving up ahead, Team TRS has to take over this fight, otherwise they won't be able to retaliate. And meanwhile, be in the zone. It's a 3v3 type of enclosure coming up. Mollies and the other utilities are being used up, as you can see. The nade goes in, definitely not enough to actually connect. But there we go. Lucifer gets connected with a beautiful molly, and just like that, Lucifer has been taken down. The revival is actually something which is going to be quite a tough one, but nades, throwables, and every other thing is being used up quite frequently.
Of course, throwables and nades are used frequently and very progressively as well. But if we look at Team DRS, well, for now, the time being, they're looking 3 men strong with those 9 finishes point and targeting Emulate Esports. I'm loving to see the fights between the top three, top four teams because they're playing very much phenomenally, very much attentively. But looking at
Wow.
the rules, well, back-to-back grenades, throwables are making a great connection. Rals will move forward with this UMP45 against those TPP angles. But if we look at Delta X holding that M249, the Beast Machine Gun, the Beast Poetry, finally he'll take down Speed, and Ability officials will get eliminated with those 5 points in the
Wow.
backpack at the 7th position. But Delta X, M469 3X, God was an amazing laser pinpoint spray from his side. But Gyante, I think they're looking totally phenomenal. And if you look at Team DRS, they are playing phenomenally, utilizing their hard advantages very much astonishingly. And question is that I think they'll get the chicken dinner today in this match.
It's going to be a little bit more difficult, but then again, they are back in the game with the consistency. They've got 130 points altogether and 11 for the finishers as well. So obviously, they are being very precautious about this particular fight. But Hitman gets connected, and Nan being the last man standing of his particular team has to actually overcome the fight. Apart from that, Team ISC might be getting established. Well, there we go. Those headshots are something which is going to be quite beneficial. But Delta goes in for a jump nade. That nade might not actually find the connection, but definitely going to put up a, let's say, pressure. Oh, that need was pretty close, but still fails to connect the fight. But moving up, and if we talk about Asian crew, this team is actually in the top six, failing to connect any kind of elimination. But moving up, and I believe the elimination might actually come in very quickly. Shots still being exchanged. Delta gets taken down by IC. That was a beautiful SLR shot coming up. SLR being the gun that can easily turn the tides for you guys, and that's what actually happens. Some more smokes has to be covered up so that they can easily place up a revival, and eventually when the revival is possible, they might be able to incline and gain some good points. Although Team DRS is at a very vulnerable spot, but they've got the minivan as well so that they can rotate. But Zeol gets connected with some good shots. Rules OG actually gets taken down. Now Gyante becomes the only ray of hope for this particular team. Well, it's a very difficult one, but we have to remember this fact as well, that Team IHC won't be able to push forward, and not even a single team is going to push forward on that particular team, because all of them know that it's a very steep climb, and well, when you are in that kind of area, definitely going to get connected.
Almost 25 minutes is over. 6 teams, so 12 players are remaining, and it's almost the end phase, end game of this match. Let's see which team will get that winner chicken. But Team TRS is looking in danger because they have to come down the ground. They have to come down the approach to get inside the zone. And if they want to come, the only and possible region is they need to have vehicles, they need to have smoke artificial cover, and they need to have a good communication, good consistency, because there are many teams which are targeting Team DRS right now, because the only one team which is at those highest advantages is Team DRS. Let's see how will they able to escape from there. But looking at Team RTG, looking at Team Satan, I think they're looking in very much difficulties, very much trouble. And there you go. It's not than Ral Soji. He is coming down the ground, having those angles, can get a lot of trouble. And there you go, Rals has been spotted. Finally he's been taken down. Gyante and other players will also come. Well, the sprays were quite phenomenal to watch out. And there you go, Z Fool is taken that pick, and finally Team DRS will eliminate at those 6th position with 11 number of finishes point in the backpack. And this is what we were talking about. But on the other end, if we look at Team APG, well, they're also looking in trouble. And similarly, oh my god, Team SKYLIGHTZ, that one solo player is still alive, and let's see what wonders he can do. But for now, 4 teams, 8 players is still surviving. 27 minutes is almost over, and Alex having those grenades, having those throwables in his hand, will that make any connection? But there goes, SKYLIGHTZ has been eliminated. The grade of Alex will not make a big difference, but Team APG, well, those with those man advantage, they're looking very much strong enough.
Well, indeed, the strong points are getting actually greater. Team IC with the highest amount of manpower is trying the level best to gain the points. Finally, APG gets taken down. It's all about 1v3 or 2v3 to be precise coming up, and that's going to be Sitting Crew, which is in front of them. Sitting Crew finally finds a gap, and just like that, they are being the fluid with 3 amazing eliminations in their favor. They're trying to move forward. Alex gets connected quite a bit, but still Alex resides. Alex is going to survive for sure. But that was Joel. Well, I don't think so that guy is going to actually be for that chaotic, because the zone is pretty much going to favor both of the teams. But Alex hooks up a nade. That nade can be very beautiful. That nade can be very on point. The nade went out. Oh, Frankie gets taken down. That was absolutely mesmerizing. This is the moment where they can easily push forward. I believe the push is already coming up, as you all can see, as you all can witness that the push is being quite chaotic. But finally, damage is still being delivered, and with this, IHC Sports gets their beautiful win in Chakra, and that's the enclosure of this particular one.
Well, of course, finally they have secured those whenever chicken dinner, which was much needed to gain the confidence, to gain the momentum again. But looking at this position, I think they'll get a lead. They'll get a decent amount of lead and overall standings as well. But similarly, if you enjoyed the game, guys, please do hit that like button, subscribe the channel, share the stream. But this Miramar match was a deciding one. After this, we'll see the upcoming matches, upcoming map of Sanhok, as well as again Erangel, and those will be a very remaining matches, because if we talk about the other maps, they must be more chaotic because the teams are holding those last 10 position. I think that will be very much easy for them to get more finishes point for from those teams. Those teams are from the top 5 position.
Well, indeed, I'd say with a beautiful Vanilla chicken dinner, let's see what kind of, let's say, incline is actually going to be there in the leaderboard. Definitely, leaderboard is something which is going to be the end game. But right now, we are about to move over to the last two matches. First one is going to be Sanhok, and after that, we are going to sum up the whole grand finale, the whole Frontline Championship, or should I say, Showdown season number 3 with the map of Erangel. But before that, I'd see with the beautiful chicken dinner is already showing their faces. Let's see how many more points they can easily gain in the next upcoming matches. But the way DRS is coming back once again in the game is absolutely something which I have them a lot. Now moving up ahead, let's talk about the MVP of the match. That's again going to be killer from Team DRS. Well, even if DRS is unable to get the winner of chicken, they are for sure going to be the MVP with 5 amazing eliminations and the total damage of 576 and the team contribution of 45.545%. DRS is the team which is still leading the charts quite beautifully.
Well, of course, DRS is a team which is playing phenomenally, but on to the another end, if you look at those killer YT performance, I think 5 elimination in this match with a damage of 576 and contributing towards the team with those 45.45%. But moving towards the highlights of the day, I'm sorry, highlights of the last match, previous match. Well, from the hero, here was the region from the where match started. And MAV was looking very much strong. APG tried to gain some more finishes point and eliminated ELEMENTRIX very much smoothly, very much chaotically. And Skynin, well, tried his level best with that this DBS weapon to get some more finishes point, but finally he also has been taken down. And by this, the team APG concluded the first drop clash fight of the game. But on to the another end, the end of 10 minutes was very much difficult for the teams because we headed towards a lot of top clashes fight, but moving towards Zap Melorium, they also lost some early cases fights as well.
Indeed, Team Zap Maloria, the last man standing, manages to do a beautiful 1v1. But after that, what happened? That eventually from the back foot, a lot of spray came in. Just like that, the guy was taken out with a beautiful Vector shot. And eventually, Vector is not a gun that you use in the competitive scenario that often. But still, these guys with the Vector can be very chaotic. Apart from that, if we talk about Team Deadeye guys, the way the last guy was eliminated was also quite swift. But on the other corner, if we talk about Team Amulet Official, look at those sprays being tracking with that M416 3x scope. These guys were quite chaotic in the match, but eventually what happened? Team DRS came in and just like that clears them out of the equation.
Of course, the team DRS came out of this syllabus as well, because I think the performance which way they played in this match is totally phenomenal. We were waiting for the same performance. It is the only team which has secured the two chicken dinners in this match, but getting those top 3 position every time consistently throughout the game, throughout the different days is totally phenomenal. This is what we call a consistent performance. But Playbook Esports, well, they have also played a better performance. I was expecting a more, because getting eliminated at those 8th position or 7th position with those 9 to 10 finishes point, I think you can do more better with some more communication and coordination when you pull out from the team. But DRS, well, side by side they were eliminating each and every competition of theirs. So if we talk about Emulate Sports, Team D Sports, or Team IHC, well, they eliminated each and every team. But finally Team DRS, well, having those height advantages, it was very much difficult for the team to get inside the zone. Well, this was the losing point where they lost the game. But if we look at Team SKYLIGHTZ, the last player, the Lone Ranger, got finally eliminated, and now like this, we headed towards the top 3 players.
Well, the kind of confidence that actually Team Satan Crew also performed was absolutely amazing. As Strokes being the last one standing, tried his level best to gain some amazing points, but eventually those pre-fires was quite devastating. But moving up ahead, let's talk about the overall statistics. As you can see, the total amount of eliminations that actually happened in this particular match was 54. The total healings that was used up was 7,723. Apart from that, if I talk about the total amount of knockouts, well, that was 69. 146 rebels were being used, and apart from that, 3 airdrops were also used up. And meanwhile, if I talk about the total headshots, well, that was 13, and total rescues to be precise were 28. If I talk about APG shots, this was the guy with a longest elimination, 391, pretty close to 400.
Well, it was very much close, and looking towards Miramar map, this was the actual which was expecting 400 meters when you go for the longest elimination. That was very fantastic to watch out. But match summary, DRS killer YT, DRS killer TT. Well, with those 5 elimination, and if we talk about the highest damage, 835 damage was given by E8 Ash. Highest assist was given by DRS Auxiliary OG. Well, with those 4 assists and highest knocks of 4 was given by killer TT again. And if we talk about the longest elimination, it's APG Astro X with those 391 meter of elimination in his backpack, and which is very phenomenal to watch out. And this is what we were talking about. Mostly the players are from DRS, and if your team DRS is playing phenomenally with those 12 finishes point, with those 13 finishes point, doesn't matter if they get eliminated at the second, third position, they will be surely dominating the match. Somebody will surely dominating damage, MVP, each and everything, because the level of performance which they give is totally phenomenal to watch out.
$1,500 is what is at stake, and a lot of, let's say, glory is already at stake. But now moving ahead, if we talk about the overall ranking, well, there is a suspense in this particular page. As you all can see, the rankings are being shown from the bottom to up. And the team which is at the bottom is going to be Magnus Esports, along with Genesis Esports with 13 of their own. And there is a significant gap between Team 16 and Team number 17 to be precise. Well, we have got RTG Esports with 32 points, MABETEX with 35 of their own. BTS Mafia also equalizes at the same location. Meanwhile, ANGKOR PUBG Pride at 37 of their own. Underground Kings at 44 points, SKYLIGHTZ with 53 points, and Zap Meloria still remaining at the 10th position and the start of the second page to be precise with 57 points amazingly. But moving up ahead, if we talk about the first page, well, that could show us where the incline actually happened by the chicken dinner of IHC.
Well, this was the second page where the competition is little bit lower. But if we talk about the first page, well, I'm very eager to see that how will the teams and players perform out. Looking at Team DRS performance, looking at Team D performance, I think it is very difficult. It is very challenging to watch out. Let's see how they perform out. But overall ranking of post day 3 match 10 is very much difficult, and the suspense is still very much created.
But indeed, the suspense is for sure going to be there. The retaliation fire is actually going to be quite amazing. But For the moment, if I talk about the clashes being delivered,
Yeah.
it was absolutely amazing to be precise. But let's focus on to the fights coming up. Let's focus on to the matches, which is going to be there. An amazing amount of retaliation will be delivered. But head to head, well, we have a head to head between DRS and Playbook Esports. DRS still being on top with 141 points, and Playbook Esports, look at the incline that they have actually attained in the previous match. Before the match number 10, Team DRS had 116 points, and now it's Playbook who is having 116 points in the favor, which is great, quite good.
Well, of course, the head-to-head is totally phenomenal to watch out. If we talk about the rank 1 and rank 2, DRS is 141, Playbook is as 116, and the difference is quite large, and the difference is quite vast to find out. And if Playbook Esports want to get that first position, DRS needs to get eliminated at the third match very earlier, and Playbook Esports need to get those 30 finishes point, 30 overall points in their backpack. By this scenario, there's much a chance that they could lose the first position in the last match. It would be a very risky scenario for both of the teams. Let's see how will the player play, how will the player perform out. But still we are waiting for the another approaches as well as graphs of damages and kills. But if we talk about the map rotation, well, Sanhok is the third match, full of those chaos, full of those clusters, and let's see how will the players perform out.
Well, the map of Sanhok, completely different terrain from the Miramar, completely different type of fight is actually going to get established in the particular map of. So yeah, we are going to be looking forward to see that how the games are actually going to be there, and eventually in the map of Sanhok, things can be quite tidy, quite critical to watch out. But after that, when it comes to Erangel, well, again, situation will be absolutely amazing.
Well, of course, the situation would be quite amazing, quite sensational to watch out. But there's still 2 matches remaining, and especially my eyes are on the teams which we call Team DRS, Team D, Team IHC, as well as the second team, Team Playbook Esports, and Team Emulate Esports as well. Let's see how will these 5 teams perform out. But if we talk about the head-to-head between the players, so it's between DRS Gaming, Delta X, and Playbook Esports. Ranked 22 finishes point has been secured by Delta X. And if we talk about the damage, well, damage is of 3914, and damage of ranked is of 3814. If we talk about the assist, well, he is leading with those 7 extra assists in his backpack, and Tribbles is almost pretty much same or similar to both of the players. And if we talk about the survival time, well, survival time is totally gained more by ranked, and by this if we look almost in each favor. If we take the summary, both of the players are playing very much phenomenally as per their requirements, as per their teams. But like this, we'd like to end the second match and move towards the third match. But before that, guys, I'd like to say you everyone, request everyone to please do hit that like button, subscribe the channel, share the stream as well, support the organization, supports the teams as well. Till then, we'll take a short break. We'll meet you after a short break of 2 to 3 minutes. Till then, keep supporting us.
Welcome back once again, guys. We are back with the third match for the day, and this is going to be the beautiful map of Sanhok, where the terrain is going to be green, the blood is going to be red because a lot of people are going to take up a fight, and eventually a lot of chaos is going to be there. My name is Rita, along with me, it's Eagle on the desk, and we are going to witness the chaos coming up in the map of Sanhok, and let's see how this table turner map will help teams like DRS or teams like, let's say, PLAYBOOK Esports, which are on top, or is it going to help teams like DEADEYES, which are trying to chase the top position?
Well, it is a very different map. If we talk about Sanhok, it's the maps of comeback, and the games are very fast forwarded in this map. Let's see how the teams perform out. What will be the strategies? But my special eyes will be on the team DRS, the team PBE, as well as team Esports as well. Let's see how they perform out. But for the time being, we'll wait to the flight path. I don't think flight path will much matter in this game, in this map, because the map is very much small. Players can travel as per their drop location very easily. They can feather their players out, they can glide very easily. Let's see what will be the drop location, how many drop clashes we will able to see.
Everything is going to be crystal clear as far as the flight path is concerned. When it comes in, we will be actually witnessing how the chaos is going to get established, how the people are actually going to take the points in their favor or not, and how these people are actually going to turn down the fights. And maybe the drop clashes will be delivered. Paradise Resort is another beautiful area where we saw that day before yesterday we had some good beautiful fights to be precise. Apart from that, we have areas like, let's say, boot camp is there, and some more areas where the fights are actually going to be there. So we'll be checking forward, we'll be witnessing that which are those amazing areas where the fight clash is going to be there for sure.
Well, of course, this is the region to worry out of. What are the regions where we'll get those drop clashes, those player clashes are important regions to watch out. But before that, we'll also request our audience to please do hit that like button, subscribe the channel, share the stream as well with your mates, with your BGMI mates, PUBG mates, as well. Support the organization, support the teams, because your support is very much required for the organization, for our casters, for management, each and everybody. But sooner faster we'll move towards our flight path of the map of Sanhok, and the chaos will end soonerly. But before that, guys, please do hit that like button as well.
Indeed, guys, make sure to actually support us, and eventually, let me remind you that all the overall standing and the leaderboard after the whole situation, after the whole grand finale, is going to be there on the Instagram handle of Frontline. So make sure to actually go ahead and search on the Instagram frontline.space, and you are easily going to get the Instagram handle. The official Instagram of this particular org is going to be there, and eventually you can just go ahead, follow them, and stay tuned for the further updates, because a lot of things are actually going to be there. That which is the team going to be the champion, who is the runner-up, who is the second runner-up, who is becoming the MVP, and every other stuff, like, let's say, next updates of the new tournaments, and all of those things are actually going to be there on that page. So make sure to actually be tuned about that particular perspective as well. But waiting for the flight path to be precise. Whenever the flight path comes in, I believe we are going to witness a clash. We are going to witness a chaos coming up, and in this particular match, I believe the point system is going to be preferred a lot, because this is the last match for the day. So definitely, a lot of teams are going to create their 110% kind of embarkment and gain some good points. Although it's not going to be an easy task for every single team, be it teams like DRS, be it teams like PLAYBOOK Esports, or teams like Deadeye guys are there, IHC is there climbing the leaderboard. Obviously, Hari team is going to receive some good backlashes in their favor, but Sanhok is the map where things can actually go south very swiftly. People can be snakes, people can be quite aggressive, and the team which is actually having the right kind of gun game and eventually the reflexes are there, I believe that is the team which can sustain a lot of, let's say, injuries in this particular match.
Well, of course, injuries can happen a lot, and let's see how will the teams perform out. What will be the approaches? Because as you said, this is the second last match, and in the second last match, as we talk about the positioning, as we talk about the holdings, teams acquiring the position of those 10 to 15 and 15 to 20, they'll play lethally, because they know they couldn't get those top 5 position or top 10 position. So they are not in the trouble, they are not in the difficulties. But the teams getting those top 5 position, I think they would be in trouble, because the attack between those 5, the competition will be between those 5 teams as well. Similarly, the fights, as we can see, the clusters will be between those 10 to 15 teams as well. So the ranking is quite similar to the competition as well. Let's see which team will get those more number of competition, more number of crowd, more number of clusters, and more number of drop clashes on itself.
Well, definitely the clash is going to be there. Definitely the, let's say, fights are actually going to be quite optimum to watch out. But we're waiting for the right moment whenever the fight comes in. So we are expecting that flight path to be here anytime soon. Whenever the flight path is delivered, we're going to witness our 18 teams and a few players dropping in the vicinity and taking up a fight. As we actually earlier talked about it, Paradise Resort, boot camp, areas like Painan, Hathin, every other huge compound is going to get contested. But in the map of Sanhok, I believe the loot is pretty much optimum, so people actually love to drop in scatter compound as well, so that they can gain some good loots and meanwhile be away from the harm. So yeah, that can be the goal, that can be the strategy people are actually going to go with as well.
That can be the strategy, that can be the goal. But if we talk about the most valuable player rankings as compared to the last match, well, 22 elimination has been secured by Delta X, and if we talk about ranked, yeah, they have secured 18 elimination. And if we talk about the Gigante, well, Gigante has also secured those 17 eliminations by backpack. On to the other end, moving to APG, well, there's a change in top 5. APG will, not APG, APG 2 players will come to the top 5 rankings, and that was totally phenomenal to watch out. But if we look at those head to head, well, head to head between Delta X and Ranked, the damage is 3914, where Delta X winning the head to head. If we talk about the elimination, that is 4 extra as compared to Ranked. And if we talk about the throwables used, well, Ranked had used more throwable than Delta X, which is almost similar. That Delta X winning this head to head, which is very much obvious to watch out, because team DRS, the whole team is performing very much great. And if we look at the overall points also, well, DRS is first and Playbook Esports is at second, and here also DRS Delta is at first and Playbook Esports Ranked is at second.
Definitely a lot of inspiration has to be actually get delivered from these particular guys. The fans are looking up to them. Team GRS being one of the most consistent team of this particular quarter. In the past 3 months, this is the team which has actually earned a lot of glory and earned a lot of points and earned a lot of, let's say, cash prize as well. Being consistent is something I believe Team DRS is actually known to be with. But now moving up at Team Playbook Esports, slowly but slowly catching up to them. And meanwhile, if I talk about the animations, that's something which Ranked is actually doing quite amazingly. But right now in just 13 seconds, we are going to get the flight path, and whenever the flight path comes in, we are going to witness the chaos coming up. Sanhok is the map where we want to see the glory coming up. Well, we miss McKindy a lot, but then again, Sanhok is another beautiful map where it is, let's say, close to a difference coming up. Well, Miramar and Erangel pretty much similar in terms of their dimensions, but when it comes to Sanhok, the fights are actually going to be quite optimum. And this is the convolution of 3 islands. 3 islands meet up to make Sanhok. Hathin is there, Camp Alpha Island is there, Camp Charlie Island is there, and Camp Bravo Island is there to be precise. Camp Bravo, the biggest one, constitutes a boot camp, Paradise Resort, Kau, and areas like that. But when it comes to Camp Charlie, and not a lot of places are there to loot in that vicinity. Same goes for Camp Alpha as well. But still, people love to drop in those areas.
Well, of course, if we talk about the drop clashes, players can easily reach to as per their drop clashes, because in Sanhok, as I said earlier, the fly path doesn't matter a lot, because if you look at boot camp, if you look at those Kainan, Paradise, Khao, Tatamok, Mongai, Hathin regions, they are a little bit far from the fly path, but they can easily be traveled by gliding by vehicles and by feathering the players. Let's see, as you can see, players reached Camp Alpha by glidation, and even Paradise Resort as well. And there's a major drop clash. We talk about almost, as we can see, 3 to 4 teams are moving around Paradise Resort, which is a very difficult part to tackle out. Let's see how will they perform out, how will they move forward. This is a very important question to watch out. But if we look at the zone, well, Painan and Camp Charlie is looking very much difficult for the teams, because the rotations, I think the most of the rotation we talk about can be taken from those regions.
Indeed, the fights are going to be quite crucial to watch out. As well, can see the circle is looking quite decent. The people are actually quite a bit in circle. If we talk about teams like, let's say, Playbook Esports, they are a little bit, say, the particular play zone, but eventually they can easily come back in the play zone. So, not a lot of ruckus is going to be there in that vicinity as well. First of a flag already came in for Team BTS Mafia, but after losing one good player, this team is actually having the first finish of their own. Apart from that, Team Satan Crew, they're looking quite confident. They might be able to retain some good points, but let's see how they're going to calibrate and gain those amazing points in their favor. Definitely an amazing stance has to be created. APG, ANGKOR, PUBG to be precise, is the squad which is trying to move forward. Genesis Esports with some amazing damages also trying to bounce back. One good guy from Team Genesis has been taken down, but the others from Team Genesis, well, they are trying to incline, well, they are trying to gain some good points. And as you all can see, the speakers are looking very confident. DB shots are something which can be quite critical. Okay, that was S-12K, my bad. But then again, shots were not connected. Apart from that, Team APG tries to fall back. Xerox, being the guy with only 3 bandits, is trying to just repatch himself. TZ on the other corner has also not got the right kind of utilities that they wanted to actually have, but I believe this is how they have to roll.
Well, of course, this is on roll, but APG is kind of well, is trying his level best with the DPS is trying to get some more finishes point, but onto the other end, if we look at those Team APG, well, they're not looking great enough for getting some more finishes point. They have also secured one more knock, and there you go with that. S12K. They're trying to confirm the finish point, and onto the other end, Team APG is forming up, gliding up, and there goes Xerox. Finally, he'll take that pick, and eventually, if we look at Team APG position, they have secured 2 finishes point, and the last player of Team G is surviving. But there you go, S12K versus S12K, and that was a phenomenal clutch to watch out. Oh my goodness, the Team GE Master Smile performed just phenomenally. What an amazing gameplay. But if we look at Playbook Esports, I think they are totally here to do that third parties, to do that four parties, because four men standing, 1 finish point, and they've secured top 14 position. But there you go, Team BTS. Now they're looking in trouble. Back to back two players have been eliminated. Rocky now being that solo player standing. They have secured 3 finishes point, and 14 teams, 47 players is almost surviving here in 3 to 4 minutes, and there's elimination of 3 to 4 teams, which means on an average in each minute one team gets eliminated.
Well, indeed, a lot of people are actually getting eliminated. A lot of people are actually having the backlash coming up on their faces. But still, they are moving up ahead. Still, they are trying their level best to maintain the glory that actually resides in their faces. Moving up ahead, Team Certain Crew trying their level best to get those eliminations. Well, of course, they have got the 2 eliminations. Team RTG is not looking that happy about that. But of course, they are trying their level best to still incline the points in their favor. Let's see how they're going to do it. Let's see how they're going to manipulate and get the points in their favor. Well, on the backboard, MABETEX Esports gets eliminated with only 1 elimination. That means only 1 point for them to go with.
Well, if we look at the elimination, well, Satan is also looking very great in this match. They've secured 2 finishes point with 1 man disadvantage because they are performing with 3 players eventually. But if we look at those another teams as well, well, Team GRS with those 141 points, they're looking very much great. Will they get some more finishes point? Will they get some more players points in this favor? This is the position to look at now. But almost 4 to 5 minutes are over, and if we look at Paradise Resort, well, this is looking very disturbing for the team. So because still, as we can see, 3 teams are almost there, and the crowd and the cluster could be created more. But Playbook Esports, I think they are totally here to take those fight. They are totally here for those aggression. And if we talk about Team G, 2 men standing with those 4 finishes point has secured top 13 teams, top 42 alive players, which is a great upholding to watch out.
Indeed, it's great for now, but eventually will it be great for the next upcoming fights is something we all actually want to witness right now. As you all can see, Paradise Resort is not the right area where you actually want to just be very, very dormant. You have to actually create that significant marker. You have to retaliate. You have to gain some good points, and that's what these people are trying to actually go with. But moving up ahead, 13 is the right amount will we are actually witnessing. 13 teams are there, 42 players still residing in the fight. Genesis Esports pushes forward. Playbook Esports is here to just take their first position in their favor. Will it be an easy task? I don't think so. But then again, Team DRS is also being very dominant in this particular initial fight. So I hope so that Team DRS will be able to bounce back in this particular matchup because I would love to see that team being consistent once again.
Well, of course, we would love to see that Team DRS. How will they perform out? How will they consistency maintain out? But look at Team GE. Well, the clutch after of that Master Smile with that S12K, that was totally phenomenal to watch out. Moving with the DBS and S12K in his hand, I think make a lot of difference. But if we look at Playbook Esports, I think they can also challenge the players. They can also challenge the teammates because they're having 4 man strong advantage in 4v2. I think it's always easy for the teams which is having man advantage. But if you look at Team G, well, they're 2 man advantage with those splits in their hand, and the split is quite beautiful because they are in cover with each other. And there you go. Master Smile is holding that TPP angle. DBS in his hand. He's waiting, and we can clearly see the patience. We can clearly see the holdings of this player, and that is totally remarkable.
Well, indeed, it's going to be remarkable enough. Indeed, the performance is going to be quite amazing. And as you all can see, Team GE is a mass away, but goes in for a DBA shot, and he was able to connect it. Along with that, the DBA shot came in, and just like that, the hopes of this guy was shattered. Wave being the last man standing of this particular team. Let's see how much damage he can actually pull through. Goes in for the shots. Well, of course, the damage is way too high. As you all can see, the damage is maximized at that moment, and the DBA shot goes in. Well, of course, the damage was on point. Apart from that, the space from the QBZ, that's Playbook Esports with only 2 points in their favor, managed to eliminate Team Genesis Esports. And with this, the eliminations, the rampage is already coming up. Meanwhile, Team GR is still being dominant, gets the 1 position point, but I believe slowly but steadily Team DRS is going to rake up the seriousness. And eventually, meanwhile, if we talk about some other teams like hashtag Esports is there, ELEMENTRIX with the 4-man power is there, SKYLIGHTZ even is surviving, APG is surviving, that's ANGKOR PUBG Pride. But when it comes to ANGKOR PUBG, well, they were taken down quite swiftly in the earlier fights.
Of course, Sanhok PUBG has been taken down, but if we talk about PBE ranked, Demigod, Khan, Bash, Lucifer, and Speed, there are 4 men standing. With those zero finishes point, they've secured top 11 teams, the top 39 alive players, and almost 7 to 8 minutes is over. Let's see how will they outperform, what will be their strategies, or what will be the momentum, how will they tackle it down. But on to the other end, if we look at Lucifer, Bash, Khan, and Speed, they are looking four-man standings with those zero finishes point in the backpack. On to the other end, if we look at Team APG, well, they're still moving very much slowly. They have, I think, will they lost one player, or revival will be executed very easily, but in front of them it's another team, Team D, challenging them. Let's see how will they face those challenges, because right now the position of each and every team is looking like very much full of those surprises.
And indeed, the surprises are there. Indeed, the fights are actually coming up quite swiftly. And as you all can see, Team APG trying to bounce back. Team APG trying to gain some good points. Team Jedi guys on the other corner is also receiving some good backlashes. But still, I believe the survival is going to be optimum on point. But on the back foot, AUG3 has been summoned. Let's see what eventually happens. And there we go. The damage comes in. One good guy was taken down. Apart from that, if we talk about the other guy, that is going to be John Pro. Well, he is about to taste the same fate. And there we go. Gets backstabbed from the back end. And just like that, the team is getting shattered. The only guy which is still surviving is going to be this one, which is known as Zokim Lee Pro. And I don't think so his survival is going to be that sustainable, because Charisar is there up from the back end. Joker Sir is also going to be there. They're all together going to push onto him. And just like that, the reign of terror of Team APG, or should I say ANGKOR PUBG Pride, is going to go down. RTG on the other corner with the two-man power, they are still being literally very dominant. Smoke's been cooked up. This guy wants to fall back. What will it be a possible enough task? But there we go. The fallback is done. He is actually trying to be on the back foot, but from the left side, another rotation comes in, and just like that, that's Charlie Sir coming in the close quarters.
Well, as we can see, 11 teams of 35 players are surviving, and it's quite a difficult task to watch out, quite of a challenging task to watch out. As you can see, Team D a little bit tough, little bit challenging at the position, and almost 9 minutes are over. But there you go, with that pick has finally taken down that player and eliminated as fast as possible. But no, I don't think it's got eliminated. But the Team D right now, they're looking very much strong and have 3 finishers point in the backpack. They've secured top 10 teams position, and on an average, if you see, well, the position is a totally clusterized, totally challenging. Painan is the region to watch out. Painan is the region to hold out, and let's see how will they play off, what will be the strategies, what will be the momentum. But on to the other end, if we look at the southern parts of the region, well, that is also looking very clusterized. That is also looking very difficult for the teams and players as well.
And indeed, it's quite difficult to watch out that how the connections are being established. Apart from that, when it comes to areas like bootcamp, definitely that can be very chaotic to watch out. Definitely, the impact can be very significant. Apart from that, when it comes to areas like, let's say, Ainan, well, there we go. A cluster is actually being formed at that angle as well. So definitely the clash is going to be quite amazing to watch out. But Slayer is there on the back foot. That means we have got Team ELEMENTRIX. Well, today's date, ELEMENTRIX is unable to perform the way we expected to. But Team DRS, being in the top 10, having the Panan region in their favor, now they're going to abandon it and moving forward. They are actually about to taste the fate of Emulate Official as well.
Of course, they are totally ready to taste the same medicine of the taste the bitter taste of the same medicine. But if we talk about Team DRS, so they are moving very slow with those two-man standing advantage, with those zero finishes point in the backpack. I think the gain, the advantage which they have secured, they will try to execute, they will try to maintain it. That's why they're moving very much slow. But if we talk about Gyante, oh my god, that's a very decent vehicle skin, the very decent Mustang, as I can see. And I think the more he drives, the more he gets spotted.
Indeed, indeed. Obviously, Sanhok is the map where you don't want to actually rotate with the vehicle, but finally Rule Soji gets spotted. Rule Soji is already getting connected quite a bit. His survival is going to be a little bit on the shaky corner, but he still goes for the survival points. But apart from that, Gyanti and Delta from the back foot might be actually coming up for the revival. But this beautiful of a vehicle is actually coming up with some good fights. Killer Whitey on the back end is also trying to rotate. Emulate Official is there. Apart from that, Team ELEMENTRIX is there. Team DRS is in a troublesome situation where two good teams are already encircling them.
Well, if you look at the position, I think it's going to be quite difficult. I think it's going to be quite challenging for the players. If you look at the sprays of Killer White, he is trying his level best to get some more finishes point, to get some more positioning right now. And 12 minutes is almost over. Let's see how will they perform out. Let's see how will they maintain out. And on to the another end, if you look at Team DRS, they are also looking very strong enough. Four-man standing, haven't secured any finish point. And I'm very surprised to see this team moving very slow, moving very steadily, moving very progressively, because in the past days, in the past matches, we have seen this team performing very much aggressively. But in this day and in this match, they are performing very much slowly, which is very different to watch out.
It's quite different to see that how these people are trying to gain their points. DRS getting backlash from two different angles. Well, definitely they have to build a strategy from which they can bounce back. And I believe this is the second zone coming up. So definitely they have a lot of area to just rotate and eventually glide with. So if I talk about the airdrop, well, that's Emirates Esports as who is actually going to loot it up, and that's great. Apart from that, if I talk about Rules OG, well, that's a sus coming up from his corner. He's trying his level best to spot the enemy. Apart from that, Rules OG also tries to peek in, also tries to retaliate with the fights, but still failing to connect those amazing shots. 10 teams, 34 players still residing. Hashtag Esports from the backcourt is also coming a little bit more close. But Killer Whitey gets spotted. Well, the sprays are still coming up, but definitely not enough to put him apart.
Well, of course, it's going to be quite difficult for the teams. It's going to be quite difficult and challenging for the players as well. And let's see how will they face those challenges. But the team Emility Sports, four-man standing, haven't secured any finish point. Now looking in a trouble. Now looking in a challenge. And let's see how will they able to secure those challenges. How will they able to secure those positioning right now. But onto the other hand, the team GRS having those height disadvantages, having those players disadvantage. I think this could be very much challenging. This could be very much crucial for the team because height is a more most important thing that could be eventually important in each map, in each game. It's not only about Miramar, or in Miramar it's more preferred to be at height, but in other games it's not like if you're not at height you'll not win or lose, but if you're height you'll get a plus point as well. But looking at those zone, it's totally shifted towards those eastern parts of the region. If we look at those open grounds, apart from bootcamp, the total zone formation in open ground with some tiny compounds in it. And at Paradise Resort, there's no more drop clashes. But if you look at those western parts of the region, I think it's looking very much clusterized and very much chaotic.
Indeed, the cluster is still forming up. Indeed, the fights are going to be quite amazing to watch out. But the people trying their level best to establish the dominance is something everybody wants to watch out. But on the other back foot, we have got a team DRSS member. Let's see how they're going to retaliate. Oh, Rules OG managed to put two down. That is absolutely amazing. From one spray, two good members have been taken down. That means Team DRS is coming back with the aggression that everybody loves to watch out. But finally, I believe Team ELEMENTRIX is getting stabbed quite a bit. As you all can see, the other guys from Team ELEMENTRIX are already getting backlash. Well, the loots that is going to be there for Team DRS is absolutely amazing. Rules OG manages to decipher this coup RG in his favor, and just like that, he was able to contain the fight. But moving up ahead, Rules OG is easily going to cherish the loots. Apart from that, if we talk about team number 12, they are completely going to bail out from the stand and eventually rotate from the left corner and maybe survive a bit.
Love to, of course, they'll try to gain some more finishes point, but as we can see, 10 teams, 32 players on an average. There are 3 players in each and every team, and maximum we can, as we know, there's a 4 players. But on an average, the teams considering here are at least having 3 teams or 3 players in the side. But if we look at ELEMENTRIX, last match they felt an early elimination, but now if we look at Saturn, well, team Saturn is still trying to gain some more finishes point. Team RTG, well, they're almost at 14th position in overall standings, and they haven't played a better performance, a better gameplay from their side in overall the tournament. But if you look at Team RTG, 4 men standing, now they are 2 men standing. Already one player is knocked. The last player, Hitman, is surviving. Let's see what he'll able to do. By Team Saturn, well, they'll totally secure, they'll totally maintain the aggressiveness because they know they have 4 men standing, and then the opposite enemies are not that strong enough to gain the fight, to tackle out the fight. That's why Manish is totally moving in those open grounds, and if he gets spotted, it will be a difficult task to watch out. But Joker Sir onto the another end is getting some more finishes point, and similarly, well, RTG Sports will get eliminated, and 4 finishes point will be secured by Team Southern.
Indeed, indeed. The fights are going to be quite amazing to watch out. Well, Jokasa gets taken down. Team TRS is going to be quite dominant in this particular matchup. They're already trying to pop out. They're already trying to gain some good points, which is absolutely mesmerizing. Manish, Astrax, Frankie, these 3 amazing legendary guys are just trying to move forward, gain some good points. But TRS slowly but surely with that Mustang is trying to capitalize on the fight. Well, Charisar, to be precise, is also being very close to the fight. Well, the nades are still coming up, but definitely not enough to actually put him apart. But I believe the players are trying to find the gap, and there we go. The gap has been delivered. Delta gets taken down with a beautiful nade. Obviously, a lot of trouble is going to get delivered, but finally, I believe Charisar could be the one who is going to receive the fate.
Well, of course, he could be the one who can receive the faith, but if we look at a Team DRS, well, their position is totally difficult for Team D. One targeted grenade, one on-point grenade. I think this can totally make a difference, but Gyante will is trying his level best. That was a golden hand grenade from his side, and finally he'll move, and there you go, he's coming with that 1v2 phenomenal clutch. One with the grenade, another with that EMP45, and this is what we were waiting from the side of Team DRS. 5 finishes point in their backpack, and that was an explosive start.
Well, the legends are back in the game. I would like to add on because the way their performance is absolutely something which is going to help them a lot in terms of the leaderboard. Moving up ahead with these 5 amazing animations, the motivation booster is going to be back in the game. It's all about a beautiful winner chicken dinner. But before that, Icy tracks down Echo's aspect, and just like that, Elementrix is also saying a goodbye, bidding a farewell to this particular lobby. But Team IHC, after having the loss of Godless, Steel Razor is there, Alex is there, Icy is there. I'm missing Zeol right now. If Zeol would have been there in the lobby, that could have been actually quite beneficial for them. But the 4 zone about to get compromised in just 11 seconds. Well, it is actually quite crucial for them to just have the zone, because when it comes to the gatekeeping in this particular map, it is going to be quite difficult for them.
Gatekeeping could be quite difficult, quite challenging as well at the similar point. But if we see at Lucifer, he's holding that hard angles, and Team SKYLIGHTZ, well, they haven't also performed not better because they're on the first chart as well. But there comes a headshot. Lucifer with that phenomenal precise spray from his side, and Esports. Well, they're trying to get back the same progression as applied in the past 2 matches. Let's see how will they able to maintain the same progression, same performance. But if we look at Team IHC, they are looking great right now. Hashtag esports, 4 finishes point, 3 men strong. And as I say, this match is this map is full of those comebacks. So will Team Hashtag or if we look at Team D, will they able to make that comeback? This is a question arising, and my eyes on are on Playbook Esports as well, because they are still 4 men standing, already secured those finishes point. But hashtag Sam69 with those M762, he's still trying to gain some more finishes point with those pre-fire shots, but he's trying to find the players. And there you go with that grenade connection. I don't think that will make a big difference, but Sam finally has taken down one more player. He's moving towards another, but Aquanox, I think this difference can cause a lot of trouble. And Killer Whitey onto the nether is looking different. Is that solo player standing for Team DRS? This can be the ending fight of Team DRS in this particular game. And there you go with that drop shot. Killer Whitey played a phenomenal blow, but that grenade made a lot of difference. It's got hashtag Ahmed. That grenade, Killer Whitey got eliminated, and Team Hashtag will get those 8 finishes point in their backpack. And this is the start which we were talking about.
Indeed, the initiation of the fight is already here. Team Hashtag with the 8 amazing eliminations moving forward. The elimination of DRS is something we were not looking up to, but finally, if we talk about Team Playbook Esports, they are back in the game. The Emulator official is also back in the game. Even IHC is also there. So obviously, these are the 3-4 teams which are pretty much close to contest the position of Team DRS. But DRS might be winning this one. But let's see what happens eventually.
DRS might be winning this one eventually, but if we look at Team IHC, well, there are still 3 men standing. We look at Team SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Well, they're also waiting. They're also moving very much slowly, and let's see how they perform out at those regions. If you look at Saturn, almost 2-3 players are knocked. At both the sides, the trades are almost coming on one-on-one. If you look at Yama, he's still moving on like this. The Team Saturn crew will also get eliminated, and 4 finishes point in favor of Team SKYLIGHTZ.
Indeed, the finishers are being very, very optimizing. The clashes are there. The fights are actually going to be quite dusky to be precise, but another nade is about to be there. Let's see how this rebel is going to get enacted. Well, this nade can be very on point. Hashtag esports about to receive the fate of nade, but from the backfoot, IC also gets taken down. That's a sad sight to watch. Alex on the other corner comes here to take the revenge, but will it be a possible enough chance? I don't think so, because the 5th zone is about to get compromised in just 55 seconds. So definitely a lot of tougher eliminations are about to be there. Emulator official meanwhile still surviving. Alex and IC are still waiting for the right moment when they can actually move in and capitalize and get the revival done and dusted. Well, it won't be an easy task for sure. IC is constantly trying to provide the position, but it's not helping them a lot. Apart from that, well, there we go. Team Playbook Esports finally finds a gap, finally finds the time period to actually attack on it. But if Playbook Esports is going to get this winner chicken dinner, minded team DRS is going to be at a very vulnerable spot for maybe getting the throne from hashtag 1 position.
Well, of course, so because as we are looking, DRS got eliminated, and with those 143, almost 148 points in the backpack and 20 points lead, I don't think it will make a large difference. But if Team IHC or Team Playbook Esports get some more finishes point, get some more place point of those 20 and 30 lead, I think they could barely tackle DRS. But until the other end, if you look at Emulator Esports, they're still waiting for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming to get those easy free finishes point. 5 teams, 13 players are still surviving. 22 to 23 minutes are almost over. Let's see how they move forward, how they perform. This is the most important question to watch out. And similarly, 27 seconds are over and a long way to travel out in this match.
Indeed, a long way to go with it. A long fight actually is actually going to be there. Amulet official, meanwhile, trying their level best to decipher the points in their favor. In front of them, it's IHC. Alex is there, Razor is there. A beautiful nade is about to get cooked up. Let's see how this nade is going to get placed. Well, the nade goes in. Connection might actually get founded. Alex, well, yes, of course, the connection was there. Alex gets the splash damage, but he's still surviving. He's still being back in the game. Another cooked nade is actually coming up. This nade could be very chaotic for Alex, but there we go. From the back hood, the splash damage is already there. Razor gets taken down. Now the last one signing from team Emulate official is also trying to gain the point, but IHC also gets eliminated. And it's a battle between top two teams, and that's Playbook Esports versus team Emulate official. Those are the top two teams which are still surviving right now. Well, Playbook is fighting for the glory. If I talk about team Emulate, well, they're fighting for the second position.
Of course, Emulator fighting for the second position as well. Let's see which team will get that second position, because it's the fights between second and third, and whichever team gets this winner chicken dinner, I think they will get the second position as well. But if we look at Team Ability Sports, they are down the ground as well as with those height advantages as also they are holding both the angles. But similarly, if we look at Playbook Esports, I think they are down the ground having those compounds, and if the zone shows hard shifts, it's going to be quite difficult, quite challenging for Playbook Esports to get inside the zone, because they can't go upstairs as well as downstairs, upstream and downstream both. But Emulate Esports, I think they are going to win this match, because players of Emulate Esports are already inside this zone. The three-man standing team is already onto their height advantages, and if we look at Playbook Esports, they are totally down the ground, and I don't think they will be able to take this match.
Well, definitely taking up this match in their favor is not going to be that easy, but Playbook Esports being outside the play zone can be very tough for them to just incline in that area. Ash, if I talk about this guy, he's going to be the sacrifice of the team so that he can actually reside at a location where they can actually just fall back and gain the points. Ranked on the other corner receives a lot of shot. His vehicle is not going to be that optimum, and there we go. Ranked gets taken down. Apart from that, Lucifer was also traded off. Monkey Monboy also taken down. S2R and Demigod are the only two good members which are still surviving for the team. Well, their survival is also going to get questioned soon enough. Look at those sprays being delivered. Demigod, the guy on the back foot, is trying his level best to just survive a bit more. Apart from that, Lucifer also goes in for the revival. Indeed, the revival is coming up, but Ash, as we said, that he's going to be the guy who's going to create that significant sacrifice for the team is actually coming up. Another need. S2R might be receiving that need soon enough, and eventually when the need gets popped off, that can be it for S2R. But well, the need didn't got connected. Now S2R has to move in. S2R has to be a little bit on the let's say onset of this particular fight. But finally, S2R also gets taken down, and it's Team Amulet official with a beautiful winner chicken dinner in the game. And just like that, I believe the second position is about to get snatched from the hands of Team Playbook Esports.
Of course, the second position will totally hanged here, and the winner of Chicken Dinner Emulate Sports has phenomenally played here. And this was it what we were talking about. There was a great gameplay, great progression from the side of teams and from the side of players. Let's see how will be the upcoming matches played, because the last match is of Erangel by default map again, and it will be very much challenging for the teams and players again, because if we talk about the players, if we ask about the teams, from where we started the journey, we'll end the journey there only, there itself. Till then, guys, we'll take a short break. We'll meet you after a short break. Till then, stay tuned.
Welcome back, guys. Once again, let's talk about the previous match to be precise. This is day number 3. Match number 11 to be precise is going to be in our faces. And the map of Sanhok to be precise, 52 eliminations. And total healings were 4385. And if I talk about the total amount of knockouts, well, that was 61. Total amount of tribbles being used was 62. Two airdrops were actually delivered. And after that, if I talk about 6 headshots were delivered, 21 rescues were also then. And DRSS Gante was the man with the actually. Guy with, I guess, the highest amount of elimination, highest amount of, let's say, longest elimination to be precise. If I talk about the match summary, that's going to be here. Hashtag Ahmad is there with the 5 eliminations. Yes, the damage to be precise is actually there from the corner of hashtag Ahmad as well. Hashtag Ahmad is the guy with highest assists as well. Yeah, and on the other corner, if I talk about the highest amount of knockouts, it was coming from MABETEX Ash. And when it comes to Gante, 273 meters is the longest elimination that they have actually attained. Moving up ahead, let's talk about the next page. Let's talk about the next stats to be precise. That could be the match wise ranking or the overall standing. But meanwhile, guys, make sure to follow us on Instagram as well. The Instagram handle is going to be frontline.swiss. So make sure to actually go ahead and follow us. I'm a official with 26 points of a bomber. This team has actually contained 3 winner chicken dinners in 12 matches that have been passed out. That is actually about to get passed out after this particular one. So obviously a beautiful job done and dusted from Emulator Official. Hashtag Esports with 18 and 19 points. Playbook with 16 of their own, IHC with 12 points. And when it comes to 11 points to be precise, when it comes to SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, 9 points from their corner. Satan Crew with only 8, DRS Gaming with only 7 points, Deadeye Guys with only 5, Genesis Esports with 5 points of their own, ANGKOR PUBG Pride with 2 points, ANGKOR PUBG M with 2 points, ELEMENTRIX with 1, RDG Esports with 1, BTS Mafia as well with 1, and MABETEX, if we talk about that team, well, they have actually attained 1 point as well. Now let's talk about the overall standing. Let's see how much more of a significant dent has been dealt in this particular overall standing, which can actually showcase us the kind of strength, the kind of, let's say, establishment that this match particularly held up. But let's figure out what will happen. Let's figure out what the overall standing contains. Meanwhile, if we talk about teams like MABETEX, BTS Mafia, RTG Sports, ELEMENTRIX, well, they had to actually rake up some good points in the next match to be precise, which is going to be the last one for the day. And in this particular last match, if they are unable to incline and even able to gain those amazing points, well, that can be very critical. That can be very suffocating for them as a team to be precise. But meanwhile, if we talk about eliminations and damage page, well, the amount of eliminations coming from a team Magnus Esports was absolutely amazing. If we talk about team KE, that was actually good enough for the corner 5 eliminations and a total damage of 590. When it came to IHC, they had 4 amazing points in their favor as well. Apart from that, team TJB was also delivered with some good points. Max, if I talk about that team particularly, 3 eliminations from the corner. Elementrix with 3 of their own as well. Venom with the 5 points. Stalwart Esports with the 4 points as well. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming with 4. And DRS with also 2 eliminations was actually delivered. Team High Voltage with only 1 of their own. Now, if I talk about the head-to-head between two good guys, that's going to be between Delta and Gante. They both are from same team. Damage dealt is actually 4-3, 4-5, 4-3-5-4 for Delta. That means much higher when it comes to Delta, but if we actually compare it with the Gante, the damage is actually going to be slightly on the lower side. Eliminations is also much higher in terms of Delta's corner, but when it comes to the throwables being used, I believe Gante clears that situation quite well, and he did a beautiful job, no doubt on that. In the previous one, also we saw Gante back and forth surviving and gaining some good points to be precise in his favor. But meanwhile, when it comes to the head-to-head, well, post day number 3, match number 11, we have got two teams on top. That's going to be Team DRS and a Team Emulate Official. Well, as you all can see, the points table for DRS Gaming is stating 148 points. When it comes to Emulate Official, 136 points from their corner as well. If I talk about the eliminations, 82 eliminations from DRS's corner and 52 for the Emulate Official as well. Whenever a chicken dinner, that's way too high when it comes to Emulate Official, but the average damage and the let's say total amount of headshots, or should I say utilities being used, is much higher when it comes to DRS, but average survival time is slightly much more higher when it comes to the team known as Emulate Official. So a decent job done and dusted. Moving up ahead, let's see how the game is actually going to get converted, how the fights are actually going to be there. Moving up ahead, as you can see, this is the page that we wanted to talk about. But overall ranking, well, it is showcasing DRS still being on top with 11 matches being played. 148 points is there in the favor. Emulate Official with only 136. Playbook Esports with 132 of their own. IHC Sports with 114 to be precise. And well, when we talk about ANGKOR PUBG M, 109 points from their corner, Deadeye Guys with 105, Hashtag Esports with 96, Sitting Crew with 92 points, and ELEMENTRIX to be precise had 63 points only. Let's talk about the second page of the leaderboard, which will showcase us teams like SKYLIGHTZ Gaming being on top of this page. Zap Meloria is slowly but steadily going down. the Underground Kings, if I talk about that team, 44, maintaining the same position, which actually they used to maintain in the previous leaderboard. ANGKOR PUBG Pride with 39 points, BTS Mafia as well with 36 points. The same goes for MABETEX with 36 points. RDG Esports 33 points only, Genesis Esports with 18 only, and Magnus still being at the bottom of the list with only 10 points in their favor. Well, if I talk about the map rotations and stuff like that, well, we are going to witness the map known as Erangel right now. And Erangel, once again, a beautiful map which can easily end the stories of this particular grand finale. Remember, guys, this is the map rotation for Frontline Showdown season number 3. Well, it was quite an amazing journey to be precise. 11 matches have been passed. Now it is all coming to an end, and we are actually going to witness that end pretty much soon enough. So let's see what eventually happens in this particular matchup, how the fights are going to get delivered, how many points these people are actually going to get in their favor or not. Something valuable should be delivered. So let's see how the whole situation will be getting carried away. Right now, we are actually witnessing MABETEX Esports' Hershey, to be precise, becoming the flight captain. And as you all can see, the flight path is starting from the Novo Ripne region, crossing Milta, crossing Farm, crossing military base, and touching Pier, and along with Prismark as well. Well, Query is also on the dead center, but let's see how many teams are jumping in the same exact vicinity and how many teams are actually going to be a little bit on the far end. Well, a lot of teams have already jumped in the precise locations wherever they want to jump in. But when it comes to areas like Seveni, Stalber, Kamishki, Jharki, even Georgipur, Rozhok, School, Yasna Mansion, and Lipovka are going to be a little bit far away. So definitely dropping in those areas is going to be a big tussle for these particular teams. But apart from that, I hope that the connections, fights, and the other things are actually going to be on point. So let's figure out how the gun game is actually going to get established for them. Well, for the moment, Team MABETEX Hershey is the guy who is jumping in a very, let's say, feasible location, which is actually close to Milta Power. But Milta Power won't be an easy location to actually jump in because a lot of teams want to actually jump in that same vicinity, and the clash can be quite mesmerizing for sure. But if we talk about Genesis Esports, well, they are in the military-based region. I guess quite a few teams are there in the military-based region. To be honest, 3 teams are there in the military base, and we have got teams like Hashtag, teams like, let's say, Genesis Esports is there. Apart from that, Team RTG is also surviving in this particular area. But the teams which are actually on the center island, they are actually pretty much trying to glide, pretty much trying to hold up a beautiful location from which they can maybe just gain some good points. But let's see, is it going to be a possible enough task from the corner or not? But well, for the meanwhile, they are trying to gain the points. For the meanwhile, they are trying to adhere the fights in their favor. Oh, Flame gets taken down. Flame is in Flame. Johnny Sins is going to be the guy with the first blood. Well, the name is quite funny, but the performance is going to be quite auspicious from this guy's corner. With the Thompson, with the DBS, definitely this guy can embark a new journey, and he's trying to move forward for that. Hashtag Esports, meanwhile, if I talk about Ahmed, he's about to receive some good shots as well. Playbook Esports, Ranked managed to put one down from SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, and now that's a sad sight to watch because now teams like SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is getting shattered, and eventually Playbook Esports is just inclining in the leaderboard. And there could be a possibility where they are easily going to dethrone team DRS, and being on top is going to be the only goal for them. Ahmed, meanwhile, falls back. And if we talk about the other guys from Team RTG, let's see how they're going to pull up the stocks and how they're going to pull up the points in their favor. RTG, after losing one good member, is already trying to just carry away and gain some good points in their favor. Well, the fights are looking quite amazing. Hashtag Adi tries to deliver the fights, tries to actually flank from the left corner as well. They're trying to encircle Team RTG Esports, and I think they might be able to even be successful in it. Hashtag Ahmed gets connected with a beautiful DBS shots coming up, and just like that, Ahmed is actually going to be down to dust. Sam69, the other guy, which is trying to retaliate. Let's see what happens to him as well. It's a 3v3 type of enclosure coming up. Team RTG lost one, and same goes for Team Hashtag as well. They have also lost one. They have also lost one good member of their team. Hitman slowly but surely climbs the leaderboard, climbs the ladder, to be precise. He's actually trying his level best to embark a new journey. Well, it won't be a possibility for him anytime soon, but Hitman drops down. And apart from that, if we talk about Team Genesis Sports, very soon, I believe some DP shots coming from Genesis corner is about to be there. And if that actually happens, well, it will be quite smoothing and soothing, to be precise, to watch out. But the shots are still being delivered. Behind that gate, an enemy is lurking. An enemy is trying to survive. Hitman gets connected. That's a sad side to watch. Another spray comes in. Satan's Frankie is also being delivered. Team BTS Mafia being very strong in terms of their gameplay when it comes to Adi, the last man standing for this particular team, tries to move forward. These are being very auspicious, as you can see. And finally, the game is done and dusted. Now it's Genesis Esports, which might actually come in. RTG becomes the first ever team going down to the dust. But Team Satan, well, look at that. The confidence is still relying on, the fights are still being a very auspicious to be precise. But as we are actually trying to move forward, this guy known as Manish is the only ray of sunshine for the team. And there we go. The sprays are not looking that comfortable. The takedowns are not looking that comfortable. But Manish tries to fall back. He does it successfully. Another nade is being cooked up. If the nade goes on point, well, then again, his survival is going to get impacted. But look at those. DBS is actually there. The nades are still being connected, I believe. People are trying to survive. Won't be a possible one for, I believe, Satan's Manish. All right, he's actually having the DBS, and we all know that DBS can be very chaotic gun. One good shot from this particular gun can easily land a very beautiful spot in your faces. Oh, look at that! Look at that! The shots being exchanged. Still fails to connect. Still fails to actually get the result done and dusted in his favor. FPP mode has been switched up. People are trying to push forward. Two good members from the team known as BGS Mafia are already trying to push forward. The DBS shot gets landed, and there we go. A beautiful guy gets taken down. Another one is about to receive the fate, and there we go. It's a beautiful 1v2 done and dusted. What an amazing performance from this guy's corner. The only man still surviving from this particular team, BGS Mafia, is actually going to be on the back foot. This guy did a beautiful 1v3, and a beautiful, let's say, stance have already been created. Astrox being the guy getting the revival is actually going to be back in the fight. I mean, I just love the way this guy actually went out and this guy actually claimed the performance. This guy actually snatched everything in his favor. That was absolutely mesmerizing. Emulator Esports with some good points might be actually able to just go back on the foot, but MABETEX, Wally goes in, retaliates, gains some beautiful points. I would love to see where Team DRS is relying, how DRS is performing, and how they are actually attaining some good points in their favor. But Team MABETEX, after a beautiful knockout, goes on, and H2R also gets connected. That's sweet, man. What a performance coming up. Team Playbook Esports tried their level best to acclaim some good points in their favor, but meanwhile, as you all can see, two good members from Team Playbook Esports is already at a loss. But moving up ahead, will they be able to, let's say, gain some good points or not, is something which is going to be quite crucial to watch out. But there we go. In that shack, I believe Wally is pretty much close to the enemy, but Wally don't know where the enemy is, so definitely won't be a easy task for Wally to just hunt him down. But Team DRS with the manpower is still lurking in the Melta Power region. There is nobody close to them. I believe they're already getting one position point to be precise in the live standing. But apart from that, I would love to see Team DRS reigning on top once again. This is the last match. This could be it. This could be the finalizing moment where they are actually going to witness what will happen and how it will happen, to be precise. But on the back foot, Playbook Esports tries to retaliate. Their position has been compromised. A beautiful nade is about to get tasted. Well, there we go. The nade goes in. Let's see how the nade is going to embark the journey. Well, the nade will be on point, gets the connection, gets a pick out, and then now the last man standing from Team Playbook Esports is going to be a little bit on the back foot. Let's see what he does. He's completely trying to fall back. He's completely trying to be as skeptical as he can be, but BTS Mafia, Nigesh being the last one standing, is coming a little bit more closer to the fight. Two good eliminations from this particular team, but moving up ahead, Nigesh being the last one standing, he is trying his level best to just deliver the point. But if I talk about Nigesh, well, he patches himself. He's actually back in the game. Goes in for a 1v1. Some shots have been delivered. EMP45 goes to the game. This is going to be the fight. Oh, the damage! The dusting of this particular fight was absolutely amazing. Both of them has to repatch themselves. Yes, of course, the first kits are being used, as you can see. Both of them are actually getting the second chances. Let's see Alex on the other corner gets taken down from Team APG, which is again a blessing in disguise, to be precise. But the band-aids being developed, as you can see, this guy known as Nigesh don't have the right kind of ability. He has got the band-aids. He's coming up with the band-aids, not going to help them a lot. Well, there we go. The space still are coming up, and finally, it's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful 1v4 coming up from Team Satan's corner. And now the emotes are for sure going to be there, because this is the kind of performance we expected in the grand finale. Quite an amazing one, quite an auspicious one. Well, guys, as you all can see, another beautiful domination is still coming up. Sorry, I got a call, and that is why I had to be muted. But meanwhile, if I talk about the team known as Deadeye, guys, look at the courage they have actually mustered. 3 amazing points in their favor. Top 9 teams are still residing. We have got SKYLIGHTZ Gaming jumping in the regions of, let's say, Yasanaya Poliana, which is pretty much far away, but Team APGM Well, with the 4 eliminations, they are looking quite strong. If I talk about Team TRS, only 0 points in their favor. But when it comes to the overall standing, I believe TRS is still being on top, because if I talk about Team PLAYBOOK Esports, the only contender of that particular team is actually at a very back foot. But PLAYBOOK Esports had 3 eliminations. That is something I'm actually excited to watch, because PLAYBOOK Esports, I didn't thought that their aggression would be here right now. But yeah, they are aggressing. They are actually having some good points in their favor, no doubt in that. But moving up ahead, let's close the deal. Let's check out that how the gun game is actually going to get established. Apart from that, we have got another beautiful team slamming onto this location. If we talk about, to be precise, the locations of Rozok, well, it's going to be quite complicated to watch out that this team is going to build the fight in their favor. Oh, another beautiful knockout coming from the Deadeye guys' corner. These guys are not about to stop. They are just being a very chaotic. They're just being a very confident in their own kind of, let's say, consensus. Leo is there, Baron is there, Hershey is going to be there. These are 3 members still surviving from Team MABETEX. Although Wally was taken down, but I believe Wally's revival is going to be pretty much possible, because there is a teammate which is on the back foot who can easily rest them apart. But when it comes to Chari sir, let's see what happens, how he's going to push forward. Leo is also on the back foot. Well, there we go. The trade might actually come in. Para is there in that track. That can be quite chaotic. A beautiful flank being created from Team Deadeye guys. And this could be the moment where Team MABETEX might actually go down to train. And yes, exactly. That's the moment. Well, there we go. Leo being taken down. Wally, Baron, and Hershey. 3 members are still surviving. Another flank being created. Wally can be the guy who can easily punch out. But look at that beautiful showroom being created. Para is about to receive some good shots coming from this particular corner. Well, the shots are going to get connected or not, that is something we have to actually watch out. But apart from that, Team Deadeye guys looking very comfortable, but from the back foot, some more shots being exchanged. Let's see what more can actually happen. Well, another nade are actually coming up. As you all can see, the throwables are going to be quite on point. 9 teams, 23 players are surviving still. The connections are being a very optimum. The fights are being very optimum. The connections are actually going very optimum. Hershey goes in for a 1v1. About to do that 1v1, but eventually he gets scouted. He's getting decimated for sure. And yeah, Hershey gets taken down. Now, Team MABETEX is not looking that great as they were looking in the first few fights. Team Deadeye guys being a very confident is actually having some good points now. Just like Playbook, this team has to actually fall back if they try to relegate. Well, that won't be an easy task for them. That won't be a very, let's say, helpful enough fight for them. And I believe with that, they can easily, let's say, go down to the drain. 9 teams, 22 players still surviving. They are still attacking. They are still gaining the points. School is the region where these people are trying to form and maintain their consistency. DRS on the other corner is also having the 4-man power, but they are not coming up in a single fight. They are being very dominant. They are being very patient, to be precise. But moving up ahead, if we talk about teams like, let's say, Genesis Esports, Master is actually there from the back end. That is going to be Smile, who is actually getting spotted very soon. But Wally goes in, some shots being delivered. That's a sad side to watch, because you should not have actually tried to eliminate the enemy. But now they did. Now they have exposed themselves. Their position has been revealed. Their position has been compromised, and they are already receiving a lot of damage. So obviously, if Wally goes down, Team MABETEX will be at a very vulnerable spot. But when it comes to, I guess, this guy, particularly Team Deadeye guys, they know how to swiftly move in. They know how to actually gain some good points. But the third zone is about to get compromised. I'm just waiting for the zone to go as fast as it can go, because the survival is not that optimum, and eventually this is the last match. So definitely these people are just trying to fight for the glory and fight for the points in their favor, and I believe they will be pretty much successful in it when it comes to the gunplay and when it comes to the gun game, to be precise. So I'm actually excited to see what will happen and how the game is actually going to get deciphered. For the moment, as you all can see, the teams known as, like, say, DRS is actually going to be on the back foot. Team SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is already trying to climb and attain a beautiful spot from which they can easily reside and eventually gain some good points. But the areas like School looking pretty much confident. Another knockout came in. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is not looking that great because they have lost 2 good members from the team, and the other guys are actually just trying to fall back. When it comes to the last guy from Team MABETEX, well, that's going to be Wally, waiting for the right moment to strike on. Well, the DBS shots are about to come in. Wally being a very patient, but the guy climbs in on the house, and just like that, the shot gets connected. Chari sir is taken down. Chari sir is being finished off. That's interesting to watch out. Another guy might be actually coming up, but some nades, some throwables have been cooked up, as you can see, but Baron won't be able to survive. That's a sad side to watch once again. Team MABETEX's Baron has been taken down. Another Molly is getting actually cooked up, but let's focus on the fight. Okay, another nade being pulled up. Okay, we have got APG as well trying to fight back. APG managed to put one down from Team SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. That would be Nima, I believe. Okay, that's Yama to be precise. Yeah. Yama completely being finished off. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming not looking that comfortable as they were looking in the first few actions. But now moving up ahead, Wally is another beautiful guy. Goes in for a clutching movement. Yes, of course, the shots were absolutely on point. Wally. This guy is waiting for the right moment to strike on, but failing to connect those shots. Well, let's see how he's going to deliver the shots in his favor. But another shot, another UMP45 clash is actually coming up. As you can see, the plays are absolutely mesmerizing. Goes in for another DBS clutch. Fails to connect the shots. And just like that, team MABETEX at #8 has been taken down. Only 7 teams are surviving. Only 15 players are surviving right now, out of which 4 are from APGM, 4 are from Team DRS, and rest remaining, every other team is actually having either 1 or 2 players still surviving from their team. So again, a beautiful clash, a beautiful action, beautiful fights are actually going to get delivered. So let's focus. Let's see what and how it will happen. 7 teams, 15 players. Movement is something which is going to be quite compulsory. Khan is there on the back foot. APG Skyline is actually trying to rotate. So definitely a Merit official can create that significant marker. But the team GRS, the way they are surviving, I believe they're constantly going for that winner chicken dinner aim. The aim is going to be pretty much same, but if they fail to connect some shots, if they fail to actually win this particular match, if they fail to be in the top 3, I believe the situation is actually going to be at a despair, and they might not actually survive the way we actually intended for them to see. But 13 teams which were there in the lobby, every single team is looking pretty confident. Every single team is actually having a one goal, and that is the survival. Nobody wants to go aggressive. Be it teams like APGM, be it teams like Team GRS, everybody wants to just rely on the zone. Everybody wants to just relieve the slight moments that they're actually going to get a little bit by the side. So yeah, definitely a huge embarkment might actually come in very soon. The connections might actually get delivered. Team Playbook Esports, the only guy which is still surviving from Playbook Esports being Demigod. 75 is the amount of ammo that this M249 is having. Level 3 helmet is not there. Level 3 vest is there for sure, but the helmet is of level 1. So that is actually going to be a loss for this particular guy for sure. And he don't have the right kind of utility. Look at that. Only 12 band-aids in his hand, and he's going to just repatch himself with the band-aids one by one. But if I talk about the 34 seconds which are left, I guess that's only the time period which is going to be there for him to actually get the revival done and dusted. So yeah, let's see how the revival is going to get converted, how the fights are actually going to be then. If you guys are loving the casting, make sure to actually support the channel as well. Make sure to actually go ahead and subscribe, share as much as you can, guys, because we are pretty much close to 8K subscribers as well. If that 8K goal would have been hit, that would have absolutely amazing. But right now, I guess we are pretty much close to 7.5K. Make sure to go ahead and hit the subscribe button so that we can constantly reach the subscriber goal as well, and meanwhile give the best of the best content that you guys actually demand. So moving up ahead, Team SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, Charlie 7 is the only guy still surviving. For I guess is the amount of, let's say, band-aids that he's actually having. Okay, that's 8 to be precise. 2 health kits in his corner. DRS might be actually getting connected from the backward because that's team APG with the 4-man power. That's the right team to actually take a fight with. But I'm loving the skin of that Mustang on that PUBG, and that could be quite amazing to actually roam with. But eventually in the Indian scenario, in the BGMI, we don't get that kind of skin right now. As we all know that BGMI is pretty much out of the equation for now. But I hope that very soon we'll be back, and very soon you guys are actually going to witness the kind of carnage we are expecting in this particular lobby. But DRS being a very confident, still trying to rely, still trying to just relieve the slight movements they can actually. But Gante from the back foot is also trying his level best to tag out as stocks. Well, the shots are being converted. As you can see, Gante, the peak and fires from this guy is absolutely lovable, but still is connect 7 teams, 15 player. I believe the zone is something which is going to push them. Apart from that, they are not going to be in a closer vicinity. Whatever happen whatsoever, I don't think that the teams are actually trying their level best to survive. Waiting for the right moment. Fifth zone will be here anytime soon, and once the zone comes in, I believe the fights will be absolutely amazing. So let's just wait, guys. Let's just wait. Fourth zone slightly moving up ahead, and as soon as the zone comes in, I believe those fights can be quite auspicious to watch. But let's see what happens. Oh, one good guy from Team Genesis is also surviving. That's interesting. Genesis Master Smile, I believe that's the name, who is actually surviving. Two good guys from Team Genesis is surviving. Oh, I think so. The Tesla has been parked. Team Deadeye guys is pretty much ready. Para is on the Rozok, let's say, area. And when it comes to Emulate Official, those guys are just trying to be very common. They are actually being the ninjas, as you all can see. Okay, alrighty. A nade has been cooked up, as you can see. But Khan gets vigilant about that nade. He's actually trying to just be at the back foot. The nade goes in. Nobody is going to get connected for sure from that nade. But apart from that, Joker sir can't, let's say, fall back as well. Another need being cooked up. Let's see, will it be getting connected? No, the connections were not founded. Apart from that, if we talk about Joker sir, meanwhile, he's coming very close to the proximity. He's coming very close to an area where the fights might actually look quite soothing for him. 4 zone about to get compromised. Okay, let's see what happens in the 4 zone as well. After the 4 zone gets compromised, I believe we are going to witness the next one. That is going to be the fifth one. Well, the fifth one goes in the school apartments. Definitely a beautiful area to take a fight with. While Joker sir waiting for the right moment to strike on, he's not getting that ample area where he can just actually retaliate with. But I hope so that the fights are going to be quite on point for him. Joker sir and the other guys' plays are still coming up, as you can see. Genesis Esports, meanwhile, #7 is the position where Genesis Esports is going to go down to drain. I'm loving the way Playbook Esports is trying to play. Playbook is actually going to be quite dormant. If I talk about APGM, they're also trying to survive. Oh, Astrox gets taken down. That's Rules OG, but Rules OG also gets taken down. That's interesting. Team DRS is actually trying to be in a tussle. Team DRS versus APG. This fight is going to be quite on point, and as you can see, the first ever frag for Team DRS is already here, and the only guy from Team DRS which is still surviving is actually going to be on the back foot. Spray comes in, finally eliminates. DRS is going to be unbeatable in this particular match. 3 good guys from Team DRS were taken down, but finally, we have got Team DRS surviving. The nade goes in, might be connecting, but the connection was not founded. Apart from that, and the retaliation fire is coming up as well. You can see Para also comes in, but the knockout is here. Para might be able to get the revival, but let's see how he's going to get over with the revivals. And is it going to be a possibility for him to get the revivals done and dusted? I don't think so. It's not going to be an easy task for sure. But the nades are still being cooked up. As you can see, the nades are actually going to be quite vigilant. From the back foot, spray comes in. Well, another spray is about to be there. Oh, what was that? Khan, what a beast. But eventually, if we talk about it, guys, Joker sir, this guy is actually going to be on point. Look at the space coming up. Look at the damage this guy is actually trying to build. He has to actually just repatch himself. If that is not done, I don't think so the survival is going to be that feasible for him. But yes, of course, the repatching is done and dusted. Emulate official also goes in for the same cause, goes in for the same goal. But DRS with that performance is actually having 5 amazing kills, and that is the only team which is still looking to be on the top. Apart from that, if we talk about Joker sir, completely falls back from the situation, completely tries to be at the back foot when it comes to Team Deadeye guys. They are actually having 8 amazing kills. The 9th one is about to be here anytime soon. But look at that M416 shining on our faces. It's quite amazing to watch how the connections can be delivered. But DRS, that's the team which is going to get the point in their favor. Watch an amazing performance coming up. Yante gets the point. How many total matches? Well, guys, 12 matches were there, 4 matches per day, and we had 3 days of this amazing Frontline Showdown coming up. And this is the last day. This is the last match, to be precise. We are about to bid a farewell to this particular showdown coming up. But look at the spray coming up. DRS Delta meanwhile gets taken out, but Yante from the back foot gets the cover done and dusted. It's a battle between SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, DRS, and Deadeye guys. 3 big giants of the lobby are actually surviving. But let me announce you guys that the champion of this particular showdown, Frontline Showdown to be precise, is for sure going to be Team GRS, because the number of points they have attained is absolutely mesmerizing. Altogether, 17 points is already there in their favor, and they're already crossing, I believe, 165 points, I think so. So yeah, that's interesting, that's sweet, and I believe this is the team which can easily get the winner in the chicken dinner as well, because they are having the manpower in their favor, which is quite amazing to watch out. Para, meanwhile, is actually there on the back foot. Charlie slightly actually getting exposed, but not enough to actually take him apart. On the back foot, I believe more and more fights are actually going to be there for sure. The connections is actually going to be there. Charlie on the back foot manages to give some good space, not being able to just say, let's say, retaliate and gain the points in the favor, but still trying their level best. Alrighty, the shots are still being delivered. As you can see, it's still the fights and the exchanges are coming up, no doubt in that. People are trying their level best to actually engage and gain good points. Okay, the shots are still coming up. 3 teams, 7 players are still riding. Para finally gets taken out from Rules' corner. Now the Mustang has been summoned. He's going to push forward. He's going to crush the hopes of Joker Sir. It's a 1v1 tussle between Rules OG and the other guy. The slam is already coming up, as you all can see. Well, of course, the slam comes in. Another 1v1 is about to be there. And there we go. Finally, the Joker Sir was also contemplated. And now the last man standing is going to be SKYLIGHTZ Gaming Charlie. The only ray of hope for this particular guy is going to be here. Let's see how he's going to compete with it, how he's going to deliver the embarkment of this particular fight is something we all actually want to know. But Charlie still waiting for the right moment to strike on, but he is about to get exposed for sure, I believe so. Apart from that, Charlie, well, he is getting exposed, and there we go. DRS with a beautiful winner chicken dinner, clutched the fight in their favor, and just like that, we caught the winner chicken dinner in this particular match. DRS ended it up with a sweet note, ended it up at a rampage coming up from the corner. I was expecting this kind of comeback coming from Team DRS's corner, but I believe DRS is one of those teams which actually shows their card when the moment is right. What an amazing performance coming up. Best event I have ever seen. Thanks for that, Rizwan Khan. Thanks for that lovely support, Rizwan Bhai. And yeah, the chicken dinner is already done and dusted. Let's move on to the overall standing and stuff like that. But let me remind you once again, guys, that the overall standing and apart from that, the champions and the posters of those things are actually going to get delivered on the Instagram handle of Frontline. So make sure to actually go ahead and follow us on the frontline.swiss. That is our official Instagram handle page. Make sure to go ahead and check it out. Now let's talk about the MVP of this particular matchup. Okay, finals day one, match one. I think okay, yeah, let's talk about that as well. The average stats, as you all can see, is actually pretty much clear. 5 eliminations from this particular guy. 819 is the damage. It's the right amount of damage that he actually gave. Apart from that, 55.56% is the team contribution, and the longest elimination was 152, and MVP points were 5.78. Well, apart from that, if I talk about Satan's Manish, well, this guy also performed exceptionally well with 5 eliminations, 763 damage, and the team contribution was 100%. Well, if I talk about the longest animation, that's only 7 meter. I believe this is the guy who actually came in the close quarters, who tried to fight back in the close quarter as well. That was interesting. MVP points was pretty much clear to you guys. DRS actually closed this particular match, but it all started in the military base region, and this is how it started. Satan Manish manages to actually deliver some good shots, no doubt on that. But Satan Manish was absolutely amazing, and he was on point in when it came to the points. But MABETEX was the one team which actually distorted all the hopes of Team Playbook Esports, because Playbook Esports, well, they were very close to dethroning Team DRS. If they would have been alive in the lobby, I think the situation would have been a little bit more different. But look at this beautiful nade coming from Wally's corner. It was on point. It was way too on point. And just like that, Wally was taken on. Then he got fisted, and that's how the game actually went out for the Team Playbook Esports, and the last man standing was actually pretty much out of the equation. After that, when it came to hashtag esports, they tried to retaliate with teams known as Deadeye Guys, but Deadeye Guys constantly retaliated. Leo was also taken on. The whole team, MABETEX Esports, were actually taken down by a team known as particularly MABETEX Esports, and just like that, MABETEX Esports converted a lot of points in their favor. Wally was the one who actually gave a beautiful DPS shot, but eventually, when it came to the last closure fight, he was unable to gain any kind of sustainable point in his favor, and just like that, the guy was taken down, which was not that great to watch. But eventually, when it came to Dead Eye Guys, look at that, how beautifully Joker Sir was picked off. And after that, the cover from the Joker Sir was absolutely on point. Look at that. Jiggle Spray came in. I believe Joker Sir received all the shots, but after that, then also I believe Joker Sir had a beautiful amount of anticipation in his favor. And finally, the last man standing from Team Immunity Esports was taken down. And Team Dead Eye Guys was trying their level best to survive, but when it comes to DRS, when they want that winner chicken dinner, they are not going to let it go that easily from their hand. And just like that, the winner chicken dinner came in. A beautiful one for sure. Overall statistics are showing us quite a few things, like total animations were 44, total healing were 3621. But when it came to, let's say, the total amount of knockouts, it was 45. When the throwables came in, it was 65. One airdrop was looted, and after that, four headshots were appointed, 14 rescues were done. The Joker Sir with 245 meters of a longest elimination was also done and dusted. Let's talk about the next page, which can actually showcase more and more details. Well, there we go. We have got the match-wise ranking. 25 points is what a team DRS is going to take away from this particular match. Deadeye guys with only 19, SKYLIGHTZ with 12, Playbook Esports with 11 points, which is good enough for them. That might actually sustain their hashtag second position, or it could be Emulate Official once again having the second position. Well, we'll check it out in the overall ranking. But before that, ANGKOR PUBG with 10 points, Satan Crew with 6 of their own, MABETEX and hashtag with 5 of their own points, BTS Mafia with only 3 points in their favor, Genesis Esports with 2, IHC Esports with 1 and 1. But now let's talk about the eliminations and damage page. Well, DRS still reigning on top of that. But Deadeye guys, the amount of damage they actually forecasted along with ANGKOR PUBG was absolutely amazing. And same goes for MABETEX as well. Look at that amount of damage. That's 1207. A beautiful amount of damage was actually done and dusted. RTG Sports, apart from that, IHC and GEM were few of those teams which are unable to gain some good points in their favor. And the leaderboard will showcase us. But I believe everybody is loving the way Team DRS actually performed. What about that, guys? Please make sure to spam DRSOP in the chat. MVP rankings pretty much clear to us. That's going to be Gyante, which is going to be on top with 24 eliminations, followed by Delta, followed by Joker with 20 points of eliminations to be precise. Apart from that, when it comes to Playbook Esports, 19 points from their corner. Playbook Esports with 24 points of their own. APG, well, they had APGs, I believe that's Easy OP or it's DZOP with 17 eliminations. If we talk about Charisa, 22 of their own. And when it comes to Emulate Official, Ash was the guy with 18 eliminations. DRS's Skills Rules OG was actually another beautiful guy with 19 points in his favor. And Khan, the guy who is going to wind up the MVP rankings with 14 eliminations in his favor, also did a beautiful job. Ocean Raj is actually asking how many more games to go. Well, zero games to go because 12 matches were there, and finally the 12 matches are pretty much over. Now, moving upward, when it comes to the head-to-head battle, let's see what happens in this. In this, as you all can see, the head-to-head battle is between Gyante and Delta. The damage dealt from Delta's corner is slightly higher when it comes to Gyante. The damage is slightly lower. The eliminations are pretty much similar to each other. The throwables being used was pretty much higher when it comes to Gyante. So yeah, Gyante did a significant job done rested. But now a small suspense for you guys. We are going to witness the overall standing from the back foot. Magnus Esports still remains on bottom. Genesis Esports still remains on the second last page with the 20 points. RDG Esports 34 points, Encore PUBG Pride 39. BTS Mafia also goes on for the same number of points. MABETEX with 41, Underground Kings for 44. Zap Meloria had 57 to be precise. When it comes to ELEMENTRIX, 63 points from their corner. Let's talk about the first page. Let's talk about the glorious page and let's see which team is actually on top. And that's Team GRS for you guys with 173 points. A gap of 30 points is there between Team GRS and Playbook Esports. This is why we call GRS a consistent team. This is why we know GRS is actually the champions of the South Asian region. But now moving up ahead, let's talk about the Playbook Esports. 143 points from their corner. Two good winner with a chicken dinners. Emulate Official, even after getting the highest amount of chicken dinner in this whole grand finale with only 142 points, the game is done. Deadeye guys, 124 points from them. Encore PUBG M 119, IHC Esports with 115, hashtag Esports with 101, Satan Crew with 98 points of their own, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming with 74. And this is how the page is going to get winded up. Let's talk about some more things that can actually be encirculated in this particular page. We'll actually witness the map rotation as well. Slight rewind is actually going to be there for you guys. But before that, let's talk about the head-to-head. Well, it's a battle between TRS and Playbook Esports. We already know who is going to be the champion, but then again, when it comes to the head-to-head, it was quite an amazing one. Eliminations coming from DRS corner was quite slightly higher, to be precise. It was 92. Average damage is also higher when it comes to DRS. Whenever the chicken was pretty much similar, that means 2-2 for them. Headshot, when it came to headshot, I believe Playbook Esports Ranked was the guy who was able to attain some good headshots. Utilities being used was slightly higher from Team DRS's corner, and the total points, well, we all know that DRS have a buffer of 30 points from Team Playbook Esports. Let's move on to the next page. Let's see what more we have to actually witness. Let's see what more we can actually showcase you from the production's end. But yeah, man, love the performance of this particular team. I loved the kind of challenge they actually forecasted in our faces. But now the map rotation is for us. And as you can see, in terms of the map rotation, the first ever match for the day number 2 went in the hands of no team known as Emulate Official with, I believe, close to 26 points. Then IHC came in, clutched the fight of map of Miramar, and when Sanhok came in, again, it was Team Emulate Official with a beautiful chicken dinner. But at the last, to wind up the Frontline Showdown. It was team known as Team GRS. What a performance from this team's particular corner. I just loved the way the intensity went out. But with this, guys, would like to actually add on that a beautiful journey is actually coming to a pen, is coming to an end. Yeah, is actually coming to an end, to be precise. So yeah, this was the Frontline Showdown, a journey of 3 good days, a journey of 12 good matches, a journey of 4 matches per day, and it was quite swift. To be precise, guys, you guys actually gave us a lot of support. You guys actually loved us a lot, no doubt in that, and we also loved the way you guys supported us. But eventually, this is how the day is going to end. This is how the Frontline Showdown season number 3 is going to end. Don't worry, guys. Many more seasons are bound to happen from Frontline, from P4 Gaming, which is the partner, which is the parent company of this particular esports org. So definitely, we are going to witness a lot of ruckus. We are going to witness a lot of clash coming up in the near future. For that, you have to just go ahead and follow us on the Instagram, or you can just follow me as well. Well, my Instagram handle is pretty much here right now. You can just go ahead and follow me. The Instagram handle is going to be at the rate Raider underscore SLAYS. That's Raider underscore Slays. You can just go ahead and follow me so that we can provide you the best of the best details. Or you can just go ahead and follow frontline.swiss. That is the official Insta page of this particular org. And meanwhile, stay tuned, guys, because a lot more has to happen. But this battle, this journey, this showdown, this grand finale, this championship is pretty much over. The battle of $1,500, the battle of these giants is pretty much over. And I'll be seeing you in the next one. Until then, guys, peace out. Thank you for joining us. Hope you guys enjoyed a lot. Hope you guys enjoyed a lot of new things in this particular tournament. But yeah, guys, bidding a farewell, it's a tough task. But then again, we have to do it for the new journey to begin.